What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What happened to my microphone? How did I use this one? What's up? What's up? What's up, everyone? This time around, I'm only slightly delayed. Just a slight delay. But we're gonna be in draft now. What a game we have. We have the match of the week. And obviously, when I say match of the week, I mean match of the WEAK. These two teams actually have yet to find a victory in the entirety of this split. In PSG's case, it's even kind of funnier because they haven't won a single game so far. But to be fair, they were an upper group, so it's a little harder to do that there. But nonetheless, I mean, they are obviously not in the best form right now. They were knocked here to the lower group by Vikings. Vikings took their spot. And as for PSG, they are here now. But they're going to be starting this draft very strong with a Varus pick. What's happening here? Oh yeah, they're going to be starting with the Varus pick, followed up by none other than the Nico on the Chiefs side. Oh no, it's going to be this again. No. 1 second, I'm gonna restart this. How do I restart? There. Hopefully it fixes it. Last time around it couldn't really fix it and it was just bad for like the entirety of the time. Let me set up a few more things. I mean, this is just game on. It's gonna be like a Xinjiao here as well. Probably also gonna be taking, I don't even know, like the Gwen available. Probably Gwen Rumble. There's a Gwen. Enemy gonna be picking the Rumble. It is so far very much as we expected. Nothing super interesting. So guys, let me set up my things. This is gonna be Rumble here now. If it's on the Rumble gonna get banned. Unless she's... I mean, they both have the junglers, so we're not gonna be seeing the Stylus jungle now. The AD Stylus yesterday was a bit troll, not gonna lie. I'm not necessarily expecting to see the AD Stylus now. However, the AP Stylus is a jungle who actually is being pretty popular, pretty good these days. So I would expect possible... Sorry for the possibility that appears. My Twitch somehow... Yesterday my Twitch worked for like 2 minutes. And now my Twitch is back to not working. Okay, let's see. I think I know which plugin caused it though. Because they disabled the plugin, it's working again. That's funny. Let's see. Wait a second, let's go O2. What's happening here? Today is the day. 08. This team is 08 right now in PSG. The Chiefs, they have won some games actually. Even against... I mean, Chiefs has won a game against the Vikings. Which is something that PSG was not able to accomplish. So... I'm just saying, you know, I am just saying things. That's all I'm doing. I'm not implying anything. I am simply saying things on this broadcast. Why do I put this one? I want to have some elements on the stream. I didn't used to have elements really on the stream because I was basically I use like the frames a lot in like other stuff, but it's gonna be good now. Why is it so scuffed? I want to have like a good ratio with this. It's kind of fun. Okay, draft. There's a Rumble eventually. I am surprised the Rumble was not banned, but I mean that's a very expected pick by the Chiefs. So it's kind of the recurrent by PSG. And they only have a mid laner left. What is Maple going to be playing now? The Aurora. Literally, basically the most basic drops you can get on the PSG side. Chiefs also would do Talia. Talia would make this like the most basic draft imaginable. But let's see if Chiefs would want to bring someone more fun. I'm not necessarily happy with the Galio mid lane. Usually I'm not a big fan of that. But they do have the Rumble already, who is a high damage dealer. And there's also a lot of circles with the Wukong and with the Nico. And as you know, I personally am in favor of the circle comps. So, circle comp. Circle comp. I think the circle comp is gonna be working out. But we'll see. We'll see how this goes. I'm still setting things up quickly. But not until we get into the game. I was like, why not want to set this up? I never really properly did it. Okay, Jesus Christ, how does this thing work? I'm setting things up. But welcome everyone. We are gonna be on the Summoner's Rift.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Wait, what is... Oh, no, not this one. Stay for fighting. Oh. Energy is high. Energy is high in the studio. As you can guess, things are getting heated up.
Minions have spawned.
As we are gonna be in our first match today. We have watched yesterday the upper group. We actually had some quite banger games, honestly. The games were actually pretty fun. And now, now we're gonna be having another interesting matchup here. Oh my god, I see already how this thing works. So the match of the week. Oh, yes. The match of the week is happening, ladies and gentlemen. It would be pretty funny, not gonna lie, if Chiefs' first victory this entire year would be coming up from PSG. But I mean, let's be honest here. Even in my official predictions, I said it's probably gonna be... I mean, I said PSG would be winning. I guess I didn't say how much. But I'm gonna say 2-1 actually, 2-1 for PSG. Because Chiefs literally only had 1-2 so far. Like, they have lost. Unfortunately, Chiefs has lost everything. But they always win one game. They always win one game. So because of that, actually, I'm like, what did they win? Who knows? What did they win? One. That's what I'm gonna be rolling with. I think both laners are actually quite strong here. I would still, as per usual, the Kai'Sa Nico, I would give them the little edge. The Kai'Sa Nico would just be Like, this is so incredibly strong. I think they're gonna be at least in a lead a little. We'll see what comes after that. Now PSG already gonna go for the dive. Of course, gonna be taken up by a Panther. Set to flash away. But he is gonna be surviving it for now. So far, not much is happening. While I'm still trying to figure out how to do the alert thing is. I think this is good. Oh my god, I'm so stupid for this. I'm trying to figure out how to do things. Right, what do it? No man, I have no idea how this works. Nonetheless, chat. We are gonna be still. We're gonna be a little bit of early stages. Not much is happening. But do not worry. Do not worry. I think eventually things will be heating up. Oh, Kars is still sticking around. This is gonna be the second attempt for Kars, huh? To try to take down Bio Panther, who already does not have flash from the previous encounter. He's gonna be playing this safe though. He is gonna be playing this safe. But now the whole delegate is gonna be here. They're gonna be sandwiched in. And the Chiefs, can they continue their dominant, the game one dominance? Because they're already gonna be getting one kill here. Wait a second, how is no one from Chiefs died? No chance. How no? There's no way Mabel flashing in, but he's gonna be only flashing into his demise. And not a single person died from Chiefs. No way. Chat? What? There is no way. Surely PSG would not go freaking 0-2 against Chiefs. There's no chance for that to happen, right? 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 Okay, no, there's no way. There is no way. I'm speechless. What on earth is happening? I mean, they were getting sandwiched in. They were getting sandwiched in. How on earth did PSG lose this one? Like, they were not tracking the others, or how on earth could you lose this? And now, okay, at least Betty gonna be getting one. Dive is executed well. Can he escape though? It seems like that is the case, at least for now. With that being said, though, that is looking quite insane. There's only 1 kill for the PSG guys. But yeah, with this one, they've already lost the feed though. So not gonna be having that for themselves. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. Because now there's gonna be the jumping. Von dead on each side, but Aurora is gonna be jumping around. Still, Vinat is gonna be up on the game. He's sharp as ever. Gonna be taking that Maple. Carson! What? Carson, Maple. Carson, Maple has actually been pretty bad. What is happening here? I'm genuinely just confused. I'm genuinely just confused what is happening. Carson Maple has been like feeding their buttocks off. Even in like yesterday. Not yesterday, so like 2 days ago, but you know what I mean. That is crazy what we're seeing here. Also, by the way, a pearl instead of everything. What? How is this happening? The stoppable force on the movable object. But it seems like Chiefs, the movable object, they're gonna be moving. They're gonna still keep moving. So they're gonna be moving on. I mean, to be fair, they have taken a game off from every other team in the lower group so far. The record is just 1-2 across the board. They were also like lost split. They have won like 7 out of their 9 or whatever the numbers were. They won was like 5 out of 7 or something. They won the first game. They won like majority of their game ones. But yeah, they just could not finish it off ever. Can that change now? If Chiefs win here game 1, would they be able to finish this up all with a big victory? I mean, beating PSG would be massive. I mean, Chiefs would need more probably if they want to make playoffs. As the rules are basically TRDR, bottom 2 does not make playoffs. So basically, even if we assume a crazy world where PSG would be our worst team, they would still need to be DFM, I mean Chiefs. And that's something that actually has not happened. They still could not be DFM throughout the year, so I feel like Chiefs, even if PSG somehow is our absolute worst of the worst, even then Chiefs could not be locked in the playoff just now. Bro, that would be a confidence boost. Like, this PSG has not been the same, obviously, as Talon used to be. Like, obviously, the rest of Talon, that team was much stronger. And especially even beforehand, like the old PSG. Those were the rulers of the PCS. Now, this team is a little weaker. Korsha has been performing much worse, I think, how he did beforehand. And obviously, Maple's return from retirement has not really been working out well so far either. But I don't want to just give it to Maple. Like, sure, Maple is not playing well, but like, Korsha is having like incredibly sus moments as well. As I am saying this, Betty though, gotta be getting a double. He might be saving them. Betty might be saving them. PSG says, look guys, We are absolute dog shit. But at least we can beat the Chiefs. Which is a feeling I'm familiar with because that is the thing I'm coping with DFM. And also, I guess SHG as well. I mean, they beat DFM and the Chiefs. Yeah. When you're desperate, you just want to have someone who's worse than you. There is a point you reach when you're just like, just please give me someone who's worse than me. Sometimes that's all it takes for happiness. Wow, geez, wait, Slater? Slater has not dealt any damage so far. Wait, what? This is real? How you don't do like poke damage with I mean, I guess like you're against Varus, which make things maybe a little bit harder, but like come on, you're like a Nico lane. You should be able to poke at least a little. While it's still happening, Dragon has been started by PSG. Chiefs are the ones taking the first. Oh, team fight. Team fight. There's a TP coming in. There's a root. However, the Galio jumping in as well. The Galio jumping in to save the play, potentially. 2 for 2 so far. Nice, only has 3v3 that remains to us. Who's there with the victorious party here? Oh, just falling. So far, Chiefs are somewhat winning, but they still have to be careful because Betty is really strong. That's Lita Tavares. Those Qs are gonna be hurting, and it's gonna be 3 for 3 in the end. So somebody equal. Okay. I don't know what to think, man. I don't know what to think. I mean, PSG not looking good by any means, not gonna lie. Like, even against Chiefs, this team is absolutely looking horrible. Betty is like the only one who's really saving these plays after getting 3 kills earlier. Now he has 6, but after getting some earlier kills, he's gonna be super strong. Retolator is gonna be sniping out anyone he wants. I still don't understand how Slater is like all those like damage grass. How on earth is like so like he just doesn't do damage to like other champions somehow. This is like a really bad caster performance. I'm not sure what happened to Slater, but it's like a horrible caster performance. The fact that the Kai'Sa is not dealing any damage, even against the Varus, in a Kai'Sa Nico duo, that is like unheard of. I don't know what's up with them. I mean, Betty is still good, like, he was not the issue with this team. Betty was not the reason that this team is still winless. But with that being said, but still, if Chiefs take down Betty, I feel like they actually might just even have a chance. But it's gonna be Maple who gets the dragon. And Woody goes in. Nice downs there. Slater getting caught out here. Wait a second. It's a lot of damage by the Chiefs members. By a Panther just burning them up. And in the end, that's gonna be like 3 kills. I mean, they're gonna be losing 2 members, so it's not like a massive victory. And Aji also gonna be taking the top side turret here. So in total, it's still a little bit better, I think, for PSG. They're not to the rest of their name. It's overall not too bad. They got the dragon too, to make sure that's not something that their Chiefs can stack. And without that dragon, they're also not getting the defeat either. Hello, Kalai. Hello. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. This match is something, is all I'm saying. This match is certainly something. Oh, whoops. Actually, I'm gonna put chat here. That's probably a better place for it. Oh, actually, here is probably the best. There you go. I'm doing good. Oh, sorry, I still need to vote. There you go. PSG is playing so bad. Yes. It's actually insane. Actually insane how bad they're playing. I think they're still gonna be winning, by the way. Like, I think they're still gonna be winning because the Chiefs are not necessarily playing that well either, and Betty is like doing his absolute best. Betty is carrying this team like crazy. So I think they're still gonna be PSG winning, but like, is this the only game they're winning? Can PSG win against the Japanese teams? Like, I'm genuinely asking. Can this PSG even win against the Japanese teams? Yeah, Maple and Cars are the biggest offenders. Yeah. That was my assessment too. Betty is playing well still. Like, he's actually 1v9ing this so far. Betty is playing really well. As for the others, this is a different story. As Woody goes in, actually nice stuns. Even if Final goes in to kill them, Woody. There's gonna be now a double kill for Aji. And in the end, PSG gonna be back in the driving seat. They seems like maybe taking this game, but my goodness, this is not good. Like, they're gonna be taking this game with them, but it's like solo queue. If they have any other ADC than Betty, then they lose this one. The guy had to put on the carry pants today. Yeah. I mean, this is a pretty bad fight from Chiefs. Obviously, they shouldn't have fought this one like this. And I had no idea what is Slider doing. What is Slater doing? Slater is like playing incredibly bad. I mean, Betty is playing good too. Like, that's one part of it. But like, Slater is like having an incredibly horrible performance, I think. Like, he just doesn't deal damage. If you see the damage graph once again, he is like having the least damage in the team. This is like one of the worst cases I've seen. I have food poisoning? Really? How do you eat? I had Indian yesterday and I had so much. I didn't have food poisoning, but I had like too much food. I ate so incredibly much yesterday. Because I was at my grandma's birthday. We were eating at an Indian place. How is Slater doing the least damage? What? Almost like just a tiny bit more than Woody. What is this Kaisa? Like, yes, you're against the Varus, sure. I guess that's making it a bit harder, but like, you're playing Kaisa Nico. You're playing Kaisa Nico, one of the strongest bot laners. And also you're just like what? You hit one Q and you should be able to damage them. This is a vitality virus. Like, after the Q, you can just go at Betty. Like, what is happening? This is like an actually pretty bad performance from Stadium, I'm gonna lie. Like, this is actually just a really bad one. Top 3 pick was Cerberus Caitlyn. Like, the best ADCs? I mean, Senna is like very, very, how do you say this? Senna is very situational. I wouldn't always pick the Senna. I feel like if you just need to blind an ADC, or like you don't know what to do, two of the best ADCs you can pick is Varus and the Kai'Sa. And if Kai'Sa has the Nico as well, that is like basically the strongest. I mean, the Caitlyn Nico is, I guess, like stronger in terms of like push power, but overall strength is still. I feel like by far, Kai'Sa Nico is some of the strongest duos right now. I mean, besides the Yunara, but that's a different topic. I mean, in like the lane, in the lane, you should be winning with the Kai'Sa Nico. I have zero idea how Slater is able to like get this result. This is crazy. I mean, yeah, Caitlyn is like stronger, I guess, but again, that's like pretty niche. She has very, like, for example, they're like extremely. I mean, Caitlyn has like the jump, I guess, but the Lux is like pretty mobile. She's also squishy. You can like take her down pretty easily. So, I mean, they're, I guess, like stronger, but not really stronger because they're more risky. I mean, like overall, the Kai'Sa Nico is probably one of the best duos right now. It's just crazy to me how far behind Slater is. And I mean, I get the part that Betty got a lot of kills, but the damage chart, if you look at the damage, whenever they're gonna be pulling that up again, Slater has the least amount of damage in this entire game. Maybe she, like, maybe Kai'Sa is more than the Rakan, like by a little. But she has way less than even an Nico. Just, I don't know how that's possible. That's a really, really horrible performance. I mean, at this point, this is basically a support Kai'Sa. And also, it's just funny how PSG's first victory might be against basically a support Kai'Sa. I mean, again, like, this goal is absolutely not earning any gold. Okay, fighting coming. Woody is gonna be targeted here. While at least Jimian is trying to keep the others away. Slater finally got a kill. However, Jimian is gonna be down. There's gonna be the engage coming in from Luan. But this is too late now. Damage from Betty is just too insane. It's a triple kill from Betty. And this guy is absolutely just 1v9ing this match. This is like the biggest 1v9 performance I've seen in a while. Carrying Carson and Maple's corpses to the finish line. That is basically what's happening here. This fight was not even necessarily that bad from the Chiefs. It's just like they were sandwiched in, and again, like Betty was able to survive this one. BioPanther was doing a good job here. But whenever Betty just went around and started doing the damage, it was already over. It's already over. What do you think of top Jax jungle Vi? Mid Syndra, bot Varus support Alistar. I mean, Syndra has fallen out of the meta a little. I mean, I guess like Syndra, it's like the same as Ahri. Both of them are kind of... Oh, but before that we have a fight. Wait a second, Betty is down. Betty is down! Can the other still finish it up? Betty bought them enough time. Betty bought them enough time and enough gold. That now, even in his absence, the remaining PSG members can finish off Chiefs. And with the Baron Power minions now, with a 7,000 of a lead. I think they might just be finishing up this game. Jungle Vi. I don't necessarily like the Vi. Okay, PSG is not ending, never mind. So I don't like the Vi jungle much because Vi is just like a stun bot. And you really want someone who can like utilize that. I guess the Syndra is a good pairing with her, so I can see that angle. My only issue is that Syndra is all like with Syndra you really want to build damage. Like I don't think Syndra would go for the more tanky items like the Seraphs and all that. Certainly hope not. So Syndra would never really go for those items. And in that case, you would be like incredibly squishy. Like the Vi also is going like Thunder at Sky, but like kind of that's it. So both the Vi and the Syndra would just go down incredibly fast. The Alistar definitely has the ultimate kind of front hand and all that, but I feel like they would need a different mid laner. I mean, I guess the Aurora is now the popular pick with the Vi. But the top lane Jax, Jungle Vi and the Varus Alistar is a pretty good combo. Okay, Maple. Jesus Christ, Maple is so bad, man. Maple is so bad, but Daddy is here, so he's here to save the fight. He's here to save the game. And Aji had like a fine game too. He hasn't popped off any like crazy moments, but like I mean Aji was fine. Just a pretty common matchup with the Gwen and the Rumble. But this come Syndra 4 times. I mean that's what I said. My only issue with this comp is that Syndra is just like in the current meta, she cannot. I mean, she's just like you want to be at full damage, but like you cannot really afford absolute full damage. As much as I would love, like last year Worlds, Syndra was pretty OP in my opinion, because like a Blackfire Torch and the Storm Searcher were OP items. Those items are not that OP anymore, so she probably would need like a Seraphs, but I would hate to see Seraphs on a Syndra. Then just go Ahri. Like even Ahri is better with the Legends. So this is a pretty hard mana for Syndra right now. Also because they're like basically every single jungler is like an engage jungler. Like the engage is just incredibly back in the jungle. Someone like a Wukong. I mean, if Wukong jumps on you with the cycle, you cannot even really stun that. Syndra out in the buff. I don't know that's a problem. I mean, I feel like the champion is fine. It's just like in this meta, people don't really like going for this like hyper carry mid laners. It's more on the hyper carry bot situation. Yeah, Betty arrives. But how is Chiefs alive? How is Chiefs alive here? What is happening? Man, the fact that PSG just cannot finish off this game, that's crazy. But I think Orianna is good. Orianna is in a pretty good place right now. She's really OP with Nocturne. She's really OP with Wukong. I maybe even like the Wukong Orianna more. Nocturne can backfire. That's like a harder thing to execute. But the W4D is I think pretty much better, like just a better jungler as well, more versatile too. I really like the W4D Oriana. However, talking about the W4D, I'm gonna be going golden. There's gonna be Luan jumping in, stunning a lot of people, but this is too late now. Only 3 members left from PSG. They try to get something, but not even Maple is gonna be dying now. There's even gonna be a minion wave coming for PSG. And 33 minutes into the game, I feel like PSG is gonna be eyeing with the end now. They have now 2 waves pushing. They're gonna be taking another inhibitor now. And PSG, after 8 losses, after 8 game losses in a row, they're gonna be finding their first game win. Jesus Christ. PSG, what on earth was that? What happened here for game number 2? That was a Senna game, right? I mean, Vikings are just a good Senna team. Like, their Senna comp is really insanely good. That's it? It doesn't look like anything weird. Vikings just played really good. Their Senna is like insanely good. I mean, we have watched that game. It was pretty fun. The TSV game also was really fun. Oh yeah, I mean, Vikings are not a bad team. Vikings are... I like the Vikings. I think they're fine. Who do you think goes to Worlds? Oh no, she's got happy at the start. Who do I think goes to Worlds? I think CFO is kind of guaranteed. I think TSV is looking like our second best team for sure. The fact that Gam won yesterday, I don't know. Did they even win? How was the match? Yeah, the fact that Gam won was like Levi was clutching out everything. That was a bad series from TSV. But again, like that was like Levi just like clutching out every single fight. I still think TSV should be the second best team. I don't wanna really put it on just like one match. But who knows? Who knows what's happened in playoffs? I think CF was the only one confirmed. Anything can happen besides that, like anything. CF locked. And then any of the 2 Vietnamese teams. Like, I just wouldn't be surprised in any combination. I wouldn't be surprised if GAM misses Worlds. I wouldn't be surprised if TSV misses Worlds. I wouldn't be surprised if Vikings misses Worlds. Like, all of these 3 teams are very close. Again, even though yesterday GAM won 2-0 against TSV, like the game 2, that was like messy. Could have went either way. If it was not for Levi, the game was lost. So, again, I think GAM could have very well lost that series too. I feel like the Vietnamese teams can just like beat each other. Like they're very, very close.
应该没闪了。我8秒到，8秒到，追一下，追一下。3秒到，5秒到，5秒到，追一下，追一下。看一下，我还有1，我还有1，我还有1。哎，换右边。
Okay, chat.
我状态很差。
There is something we need to do. I started this yesterday. Started this yesterday. I was watching the LS video.
一波吧，一波吧。
We couldn't finish it yesterday, but it's a very good video. It brings up some good points. It brings up good points. We're watching the LS video yesterday, and let's continue
Content
that.
creation is responsible
Let's continue the LS video. I want to watch the whole thing. It is really, really fun. Is this it? There you go. So we have talked about the T1, we have talked about the Iron Man and the Statue speech. Okay, this is the next topic now. The Gorilla Jones going pro. Gorilla Jones going pro. There you go. Gorilla Jones going pro. I think he just announced that he's actually not going pro and he's giving up. So I'm not sure how topical this discussion is gonna be.
All right, so I'm going to start with the preface. If for people who aren't aware, I'm going to talk a little about the Gorilla Jones situation.
Sure.
So he said, I'm going to quit my job. I'm going to go pro. I have what it takes.
He already said that he give up and he's gonna be having like a normal job again. That was like a bit of a meme on the American social media. Hello, Sarah. Hello, hello, Shiro. Hello, hello. That was a bit of a meme on the American social media. There was this guy who was like Gorilla Jones. He played in like open qualifiers and everything. And then one day he was like, I'm gonna quit my job. I'm gonna go pro. And he was just like tweeting like motivational stuff like, you know, like grind. If you're grinding, your dreams can come true. Like that type of stuff. So he was just like kind of funny. Everyone was memeing on him. People couldn't decide if he was like serious about this or was it a persona. It's
And
nothing
he said,
serious
"You're
though.
going to fail because you haven't hit the upper echelon in a short enough amount of time." My point is, though, I don't think there's a ceiling on people based on how they did initially. I think the vast majority.
I don't know, man. I think like Faker had like one of these like pretty funny moments. I remember Faker was having like an interview, not like an interview, but like this like some T1 video, and there was like a kid in like high school or something, and the kid was like, "I want to be a pro player," and Faker was like, "What is your rank right now?" The kid was like 12 or something, and the kid was like, "I don't like platinum or something," and Faker is like, "No, you're not gonna go pro." If you're not if you're not like grandmaster or challenger until you're 12, you're never gonna go pro. Faker was just like, "No, kid, just find something else." And you know, guys, I'm not saying this is false. I feel like the issue is that if you're not like already challenger or like grandmaster until like you're super young, then it's like, how should I say this? Basically, it's possible that someone never heard of League of Legends and someone who's like 30 would pick up the game and just become challenger and become really good. It's possible. But just think about how many free time usually people have. When you're in high school or when you're in like grammar school or whatever, people has a lot of free time. I mean, maybe it was just me, but like I never done homework. So when I got home, I was like, that's it. I don't have to do anything. I could do whatever I want for the entirety of the afternoon. So I had a bunch of free time. Technically I couldn't, but I figured out how to use the computer by myself. So I could do what I want. What do you mean I'm Emerald and Violet and I'm gonna go pro? Okay, in Wild Rift you might even do that though. Anyways, so yeah, if, like when you're in high school, you just have so much free time. And like if you're just wasting your afternoons playing League of Legends, nothing bad is gonna be happening. Like what's the worst? Like you get like platinum, you have some fun. I know that last part is not usually happening, but that's it. And there's no problem with that. Some people would reach challenger, and then they would be like, maybe I don't want to finish high school because I'm so good in this. But it's not like preventing you from learning in school, you know? But when you're 30, and you know, it's like a bunch of people doing this, And from like the millions of people who are doing this, they're like maybe like 1 or 2 who actually are succeeding. Now, when you're 30, what is the chance of you being this person? Very, very small. That's why it's usually not happening. It's like possible, sure, but like the amount of people who can afford that is like so small that it's just never gonna be happening. Basically, is how I'm seeing this. It's like if you are getting like I don't know, like 10 million free lottery tickets, then your chances of winning the lottery is pretty high. But if you have to buy them one by one, then your chances are pretty low.
Of league players, especially when they get to pro, have
You
had
know?
systems that were sort of introduced to them over time that they actually were able to make it. The vast majority of league players will never be introduced to that.
Sure.
Making a challenger on their own, and they will have no idea how to actually make that next jump.
The Gorilla Jones thing, the reason that I pushed back as hard as I did is because I understand the industry from marketing, branding, financial perspective, and then a lot of
It's
other
like-
things. So Gorilla Jones, I think, is 20%.
I feel like the issue with the Gorilla Jones thing is he was like very public about this. He kind of like tried to make this persona of like, I'm gonna go pro because gorilla mentality. And I know he was serious. I don't want to flame him. He's probably a nice guy. I really don't want to flame him. And I like that he was like trying to, like chase his dreams. But the thing is that the reason why everyone knew that he's gonna be failing is because like he already showcased some OQ performances and everything. And the chance of, and like basically he was not doing that well. And the chance of him doing this jump in like a month is super small for every person. It's only, you only know some people who did this. Like for example, like both Jojo and Danny, I think they haven't played in tier 2. They like straight came from like tier 3. But that's like 2 guys. And like they were scouted by one of the best scouts in the entire world and empire. And also like Peter Dunn had to like convince everyone. They were scouted by one of the best people in the entire world. So this is just so unlikely to ever happen to anyone. It's like that's it. That's why people are usually not encouraged. And that's why people are usually trying to like advise others, like don't give up everything to go pro. The same thing as like when people want to be like YouTubers or streamers. Like, don't give up your life for this. Because it's like giving up your life for one lottery ticket. And that's it. When you put it in perspective, like, do you want to give up your job for one lottery ticket? Of course not. I mean, people still play lottery. I still stream. People still make YouTube videos. People still play League of Legends while they're having a job. So don't give up your job. Like if you want to buy a lottery ticket, just keep your job and buy a lottery ticket. It's just like, you know what I mean? Just try small steps. Don't go nuclear immediately. Just try the small steps. And then just don't give up your life because the chances are so small. And that's why people are very hostile to just people giving up on like quitting their jobs and whatever, because don't do that. It's kind of like if you ridicule it enough online, then maybe people are going to be discouraged with this behavior. Basically, we are trying to help you by being toxic.
21, and he has a desire to go pro, and he struggles to even hold Grandmaster.
I think that him not being able to hold a challenger actually isn't even a prerequisite, given that.
Yeah, I mean, him getting challenger or not, it doesn't matter. Even if he was challenger, just don't give up your job like before you even like make the first steps.
He's playing, like you said in the earlier chat, he's playing in a specific way that's not conducive to climbing to challenger consistently.
Oh, this is like, come on, man. It's like the bows thingy. Like, oh, I'm just like playing a different style.
Might be playing champs that are not viable.
Right.
Might be playing in playstyles that he could easily be coached out of. I don't know how
Bow
much coaching
Smith
he's taken
challenger.
past from other coaches
Bow
as
Smith
well.
challenger.
And then going pro itself is also different when we see players like Surdy, who is at the top of the ladder,
Sure.
struggle in pro too. So environment matters.
If you cannot I mean, that's like you cannot carry. That's if you want to be a good pro, you have to. Oh my Jesus, whatever. This is such a
think
bad
I'll
thing,
have
man.
In modern day, where Twitch is so much more lucrative,
You don't think it's beneficial to do both though? If you have
I mean, just stream, yeah.
like,
I mean,
Surdy's not going to lose
yes, obviously, just stream.
what he's doing on Twitch just
You
because
should
he's
be
a pro.
streaming your thing.
so much
Just
like
have a brand first, and if you have a brand, you can maybe like then try to go pro. If you like, you really want to do with League of Legends, just try to build a brand first.
Whippo, who is one
That's
of
a
my
much
closest friends in the
safer
scene,
route, I think, than
Whippo
going
streams
pro.
every day, and he does stuff. Whippo would
Okay, this is a
Stream,
stupid
stuff like
take.
that. So
Right. I don't think teams care.
That should be on the orgs end also.
What is
And I
this?
definitely think that going pro could be an avenue to help your content as well. I mean, that should be on the orgs end also.
That's not true any anymore. Like, it doesn't matter at all. The LCS or LTA is a little bit dead right now. I don't want to bring this up, but LTA is a bit dead right now. If you're in a pro team, it's not helping you much. Maybe C9 is the exception. I talked about this yesterday as well. C9 is like the only exception because they're like actually supporting their pros, and their streams are actually popping. Like Loki streams are actually pretty fun. Even MNS back in the days, his streams are really fun. But they need to have like some kind of personality to like kind of try to fit in, especially MNS. MNS streams are my favorite. The guy was a little toxic, but his streams are amazing. So yeah, but like he also has to have like a kind of personality for that. And that's like a different topic. Like if you're in draft though,
Promote-
is
hey,
there
you can do
anything
this.
Teams are cutting year after.
content guy here? I said let's cutting and more shifting away from long. Oh yeah. Do TikTok. Do TikTok. That's very important. Okay, we're gonna be continue this watching after the draft, but let's go into the draft now. While we are watching the draft, let me just talk more about this thing because I feel like overall this whole like going pro, having a job, everything. Even while having a job, you should be able to climb up to until like grandmaster or something. I know people like I have friends who are like having a normal 9-to-5 jobs, and they are okay, maybe not GM, but like master. They're master. If you are like, if you wanna go pro, if you think you're that good to go pro, then you should be able to get to at least like master while you still have a job. That is a pretty good like level to have. There's a pretty good measurement. If you cannot do that, then it's not worth quitting your job. If you have the personality though, you can also stream, but it's also something that you can do while you have a job. You just do something consistently. No silent jungle. Yeah, true. Maybe game 3. Game 3, huh? I mean, this technically could be a Maokai support too. But it's probably gonna be the Real now from Chiefs against the Tully. Oh, but the Real is gonna be... Oh my god, wait a second. Chiefs might be having like an actually winning draft here. Wait a second. Real is like Omega here. Lucian... London, I still like the Lucian. The Real would be Omega here. The Brom? I mean, I guess the Corki, I guess they wanna go from... never mind, the Brom is better. I was wrong. They have a Tully as well. I like PSG draft more. Chiefs draft is all over the place. They have like scaling on the top side. Then you have a Yone. Then you have Lucian Brom. I kind of would have liked the Ezreal Real more here for Chiefs. I don't like the Chiefs draft. Chat. We might be getting some record breaking today. The first record we might be breaking is the Chiefs so far only had 1-2s this split. They went 1-2 against every single team. This might be the first 0-2 that they're suffering. And this might be the first series that also Maple wins. A lot of firsts here. But yeah, just back to the point. Back to the streaming point. It's like streaming is pretty hard, and I know myself that it's also not easy to edit like the TikToks. It's at least in my style, which is like kind of highly edited. It's taking a little bit more time. But like stream highlights are pretty easy to do. Like I can make one stream highlight in like 1 hour for TikTok. If you finish your job at 5, you get home at 6, you have like, I don't know, like a baguette. You can like stream from like, I don't know, 6 to 8. Then you finish the stream until 10. You can 100% publish up a TikTok or like some content, and that's it. Which is, I know it's like not the most, but that's like at least a good indication that people are susceptible to your type of personality, to your type of content. So I mean, so while I get the point that people are like, oh, I could do more grinding if I am not having a job and I can do this like all day. I feel like even if you have a job, like you still have a bunch of free time. Like of course you have to give up your social life, but you know, if you believe in that, like you have to sacrifice something. I really don't think it should be the job though.
Minions have spawned.
So that is my overall take about that. We're gonna continue the LS video after this match. That's a really good video. This is a pretty bad take, but the video so far is pretty good. The Jubilee type of videos are really, really entertaining. Now though, Chiefs, PSG. Chat, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like PSG's draft is a little bit better here. I don't really get the picks that Chiefs went for. Maybe they're just banking on Jimmy and carrying the late game. Delusion is a really weird pick for me. I have no idea why they went for Delusion. Slater had a pretty bad performance in the Kaisa. I don't think this is gonna be much better. But we'll see. I mean, PSG looked cool. Just I'm saying Luan is gonna be still in the minion. I mean, we'll see. PSG were pretty bad last game. Despite the victory, it was basically only on Betty. Karsta and Maple are having an insanely horrible performance these days. I mean, Maple coming out from retirement, that's one thing. But I don't know what happened to Karsta, man. I mean, he was never like on like the Junjia level. But like, he was way more serviceable than he is now. I don't know what happened to Karsta, man. This split, he is just like feeding crazy. Alright. There it is. Engaged from Betty. And the Corki is gotta be having already the lead in the lane. Like, the trades are going way better for him. Oh, there's gonna be the heal from Booty. As he's going in, there's a shield. And Luan finding himself on the wrong side. There's already gonna be 1 kill for Betty. And Slater, I mean, he might be following too. Oh, oh, nice barrier. Slater gonna be surviving, but he has to recall. And that's just gonna be a few play. I mean, Betty also probably recalling here. Yeah. So no plates, at least. Wait a second. Okay, Woody can do something funny here. Woody has a Hex Flash. He can do something funny, but no. He's not gonna go for that. Yeah, this is pretty bad, man. What happened to Slater, though? I know he spent some time in Europe, or like I think like he was maybe on like an Arabic team or something. I don't know exactly where, but he was like somewhere in the EU Master ecosystem. And I'm gonna be honest, like I haven't watched him, but before that he was like doing fine in the VCS. He definitely was one of the prospects, like people were talking about him, but now, I mean, this is pretty bad from him so far. And it's not just that he is against Betty, who's probably the best player in PSG right now. But like he himself is like not doing well. Like the damage chart, he was incredibly behind. I don't know what's happening to him. Well, yeah, the bottom teams. The bottom teams are scrapping it out. River back. I don't know if River could fix this. Also, River has a military, no? Isn't he? I might be wrong on this one. How old is he? I think... Actually, he's signed until next year for 100 Thieves. Oh, he's 26. He has 1 more year. I guess next year, maybe. He has 1 more year until military. But he's signed until 2027. Or 2026, sorry. He's signed until the end of next year for 100 Thieves. I mean, 100 Thieves is gonna be out, so who knows? Like, maybe? Maybe River back in PSG for next year. For the Lost Dance. The Lost Dance for PSG. For River, at least. I don't even know how the contracts are gonna be working for 100 Thieves. Like, is the new team getting the contracts? Is it just like the contracts are void, or... I don't even know how that's gonna be happening there. Also, we don't even know how LCS is gonna be looking next year, because they're changing stuff every single year. So, we just have no idea what's happening there. I don't know which team is coming to the LCS though. I don't know who's gonna be replacing 100 Thieves. I have heard the spot was sold way before the announcement, and I know people who know which team is coming in, but they haven't leaked it to me. If I get any leaks, I'm gonna leak it to you guys. Okay, Karsa. That's a bit deep here, but it's a nice Cataclysm. It's gonna be Vinat code out here. That's pretty deep from PSG. I don't think there's gonna be any deaths here. I mean, tree is also pretty low. It's just gonna be disengaging. Jimmy, I'm playing so bad. I don't know. I feel like he was like, whatever. I was very hyped to see him because I really like him and Frank. I really like to see him there, but yeah, this team is just... They had the same issues as like DFM and SHG. They're like trying to find their style. They're changing players, but the team is never really coming together. They don't really have the synergy. CFO is good. Wait, Jimmy played for... Wait, what? Did he play for CFO? He might have, actually. I forgot about that part. Yeah, he did. Before Frank, I forgot about that part. True. I mean, that was still when PSG were ruling the PCS. Yeah, I remember him mostly from Frank. That Frank team was very fun. I really like watching them. But yeah, PSG, they got 1 grab. However, the remaining 2 is gonna go to Chiefs. So far, it's like fine. Not too bad, but like the Corki already has a lead, which is again, that guy is gonna be scaling really well. Gonna be absolutely outscaling the Lucian, and now already in the early game has a quite sizable lead thanks to that kill. So I am just really scared. This is a much better draft for PSG, I think. I think they're gonna be closing it out. My predictions this week were on point. At least the public ones that the LCP shared. I had a little battle with Sword Art. Sword Art was saying PSG 2-0 against against Vikings. I said Vikings 2-0, and I was right. Sword Art, I was right. Oh, nice dodge there by Ozzy. Dodging out the Maokai ultimate. However, there is Slater now. There's Slater now coming in. A lot of TPs as well. Woody just has to flash out immediately. A lot of flashes used. Very scrappy. But no kills in the end. However, meanwhile, Maple is going to be able to get some plates here. Even more gold for him. And while this is all happening, Corky going to be on the top side now, swapping. And he himself also gets some plates. They're just going to be further giving PSG the lead. They're having now more than 1,000. Alistar so fast. I mean, I haven't seen, but maybe he has Ghost or something. I can never track with these the new trend of spellbook supports. I can never track it. Also, it came from the base. But I have no idea, man. Maybe Ghost. I didn't track it. A little late dragon, but it seems like Chiefs are gonna be the ones getting it. Even last game they were the one who got the first Drake, but they could not do too much with it. I mean, they want this game to go late. Obviously they have a Sion. They really want this to go late, but I don't know. I feel like the Corky is gonna be melting them down. So even the late game is not gonna be that good for them. Honestly, I have no idea who's gonna deal with the damage at Chiefs. Maybe the Yona if Yona gets ahead, but I don't know about that. Meanwhile, a bit of a trade happening on the bot side. Vynat coming in with the ultimate, but so is Karsa. Can they get down the ball lane? Wood is already dead. Finally, Slater is gonna be getting 1 kill. But Betty is here. Karsa also gonna be using the Cataclysm to secure the kill. And it's gonna be the 1-for-1 in the end. This game is a little bit... I don't know. I don't even want to say that better from PSG. More just like a little more equal. I just had to praise the guy. Wait a second. Are we going to be seeing that 2 kills? I mean, Audrey is likely out of here with Naples' help. Does there be even a knock up on the Jimmy N? I think Biopanther is dead here. Unless Luan can do some magic. There's even Woody here. And I mean, Luan did some magic. And the magic being saving his body with his own life. Yeah, I mean, this is a scrappy game, man. Neither team is good. I'm not gonna lie. This match is actually just like pretty low health bar. Or low quality, what I mean. I'm not gonna lie, this match is just pretty low quality here. There are so many mistakes. It is literally just about who makes the least amount of mistakes. This is a stark difference from yesterday's matches. Oh, very. Even he is making mistakes now. He had a really good Varus last time around. He literally just carried the whole game there. But as for here, I mean, he himself is now gonna be sometimes making these misplays. Can Chiefs still get at least 1 game victory? They were able so far to get at least a game victory in every single game, in every single match they played. Can they continue this trend? It's really hard for me to say. I think with this comp they're having here, it's really gonna be hard to win this game, but we will see. So, Karsa thinking about some dives, but gonna be calling this off. really looking for some picks around the map. But I feel like it's all should be just give kills to Betty once again. Even though we had a bit of a misplay, it is always give Betty kills. Give Betty kills, and this guy was on average the best performing player still in the whole PSG team. Now Harold is live. I don't know if Chiefs can contest this. But if they do so, that would guarantee at least the objective feat for them. As a Maokai Ottoman going out. Our engagement from Booty is pretty good. There's also gonna be Archie jumping in. And this might be the, or I wanted to say this might be the play. And PSG can snowball this. But the damage is actually pretty high from Lucian. There's only 2 kills to the Chiefs. They're gonna get Herald, they're gonna get the objective feat with this one. And this since they're gonna get the Herald and the 2 grabs. I think they're gonna be investing this into the turret very soon. Alright, PSG did not a mistake. These teams are just making mistakes after mistakes. What was this, man? What was this? I think they're gonna drop the Herald there. At least like get the top turret and with this one defeat. Jimmy was actually doing pretty well here. Actually, that's a lot of damage. Would have jumping in, I think, like pretty early. Oh my god. This is just illegal. This is just illegal. Like those damage bars. It's quite crazy. I mean, at least Cheese is gonna get quite a lot of value now out of this Herald. They're gonna even crush it to the second turret, and they're gonna get a feed. They're gonna get the first turret. With this next wave, they might even get a second turret for their names. Well, this happened. Karsta picked up the dragon, but that's a pretty nice gold infused for Chiefs. Very also like they're gonna get this turret to somewhat equalize the gold. I'm dead. This turret is done. But nonetheless. Oh, they're gonna get maybe even 2 turrets. Okay, that's actually pretty good. That's actually a good macro from PSG. Even if they lose the feat. At least in terms of gold. They're gonna be equalizing that. And what was Karsta doing there? Oh man. This is just random. This match is just random. Like, I have no idea what's happening. This is just random. What on earth is happening here? Everyone is hinting. Everyone is... It looks as... I mean, to be fair, in solo queue there would be more kills. That is the only part that's not realistic, but other than that, yeah. I mean, kind of SHG-esque, yeah? Yeah, kind of SHG-esque, yeah. It's just inting after inting. Teams are inting into each other. They're like, no, you win this game. No. You win this game. No. You win this game. It is just... This game is absolute disaster. I still think PSG gonna be winning this one. Like, I feel like the inting maybe a little bit less. But like, they are not happy with this. Like, they're not gonna be happy with this victory. Chiefs, I feel like after this year we can very confidently say that the worst team in the LCP. But like, having this performance even against the worst team is, I mean, this is very disappointing from this PSG lineup. Hopefully the LGL Derby is gonna give us some more quality. I'm not sure if that's the case, but hopefully that's gonna be a little bit more competitive in terms of like quality. This is like equal gold, but again, it just depends on like who's gonna be feeding less in the next fight. This really is the stoppable force, and but how is the meme? The breakable vol and the stoppable force. This really is the breakable vol and the stoppable force here. Now PSG is gonna be taking Otacon. She's gonna be quite far away at their Otacon, but what happens in the fight afterwards is the big question. Is they gonna be engaging there? Is it gonna be Betty taking the Otacon? But I feel like Chiefs could at least get a few kills here. Wood is gonna be super low, he's gonna be flashing out. I feel like PSG might be in a good position now. They're back to their turrets, not even gonna lose a member. And Otacon heist was successful. This is their first big objective that they're taking. Chiefs trying to equalize the bit with the turret now. That's gonna be their third turret, but PSG having Otacon is definitely gonna be helping them out. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say, man. This is just... I mean, this is like just watching randomness. Watching randomness unfolding in front of you. There's no real plan behind the moves, I think, for either team. They're just like, whatever is in front of them, they're like, hey, let's try this. There is no like pre-planning what's happening here. She's at least gonna be preparing now for the dragon, which is spawning right now. Would be their second. It's only would be the Camtech soul, but the most important one. But nonetheless, still, Chiefs is gonna go for that if they really wanna get into this late game. And the Stein is unkillable. Then having the dragon lead is certainly helpful for them. They're gonna get it. No real contention from PSG, but the fight after Karsta being called out again. Karsta is being taken down, but so is Jimmy. And can the remaining members from Chiefs fight this up? As Vinot is super low, miserable. So is gonna be Luan. And Bio Panther is gonna do the boss. Wait a second. I mean, Maple is somewhat strong. Yeah, he's gonna be jumping in the pit to get this kill now. Okay, this is the PSG victory. This is the PSG victory. Betty getting fed too. But like, my goodness, this is so scrappy. PSG is a tiny bit less scrappy than Chiefs. Maple also has like finally a fine game. He was incredibly bad in the last one, but finally like a good game from him, I'd say. But yeah, even then, like this is no cohesion. There's just no cohesion happening. They focused on Woody, they're not. Then they focused on Aji and Karsta. Then they're not. Then Betty's arriving and dealing the damage. If either team is like more focused on this fight, they can win. But even then, PSG just a tiny bit of a lead that they're having. They're gonna be snowballing this, it seems like. I mean, yeah, no damage. There's the damage. Maple, just keep poking. The Baron is here, and it's not really Neither team is strong enough really to take it for now. But I mean, they just keep fighting. I guess eventually one team is gonna get aced and the other one can get the Baron. They're really trying to make it happen now. They're looking for some picks here. Jimmy is starting the Baron? What? What? Why would he do that? Simon coming in. At least gonna be forcing Booty to flash out and Bet is gonna be lower in the health. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, what is happening? Everyone is just like doing their own thing. Everyone is doing their own thing. There is like nothing really happening. Surely now PSG is not gonna be starting the Baron, right? They should know it better. Alright, the Baron is gonna be left up now for a bit longer. While LCP gonna be pushing on the bot side. Gonna get some more turrets. Okay, cars are going in. Luan is gonna be super low here. Luan forced the Betty. And if Violet is also dead, then might be the Baron. Double for Betty. And that's just the Baron call. That's just the Baron call for PSG. Finally, this is the pick that they were looking for. Straight to the Baron. Very weird mistakes from all the teams, but they finally at least got the jungler down, so should be a safe Baron. Surely PSG is not gonna be throwing this here, right? I mean, they're gonna be in the snow pit against the Lucian who has ultimate up. Who's gonna get this Baron? Surely PSG. Okay, Karsa, at least Karsa gets this one. What about a fight after? Wait, Chiefs is not winning this? Wait, the PSG gonna be winning this fight as well? I don't know what to say. PSG is a little bit better. Alright? Honestly, I'm a lot more interested how PSG is gonna be faring against like an SHG. Maybe that's it. Maybe there's a chance here. I don't want more than that. I would already be happy if SHG and DFM could be better than PSG. I would already take that one. If both SHG and DFM make playoffs, you know what? I'm taking that. At this point, I'm gonna be happy with that alone. Because this PSG is beatable. Like, so many times. So what has happened here? Oh, Slater got caught by the public execution. Slater didn't ult even in this. Why didn't he just pop the ult whenever the Sion was ulting? No man, I can't. This coming from yesterday's CFO banger against Vikings and TSV Gams banger for game 2, just incredible back and forth at the end. Coming from those two matches into watching this, it's like what is the good example? It's like going to Japan. It's like going to Japan, having the best sushi, and then going home and get like a sushi at like an In-N-Out or. Do they have? Wait, no, that's like a burger place. I don't know American places. But I'm going to like back to the West and just like having some sushi from like a random gas station. Chiefs though, they still have the fighting spirit. They put out the Maokai ultimate. I'm gonna be only catching Woody, but yeah, there's no way they can engage on that. PSG gonna be pushing now on 2 lanes. Well done by them. If PSG is ahead, they are like playing a little bit more human. They definitely haven't really been making massive mistakes like for the last 5 minutes. And again, like the really important member, Betty, is gonna be pretty fed now. 3 items, and the Lord Dominics are gonna be close too. So he's also gonna be able to shred through the Scion. And there's Slater's ultimate. All that is gonna go into Woody's ultimate. A Scion jumping in, not finding any targets there. 30 minutes into the game. The waves are quite far away, so that's certainly not gonna be the end just yet. But at least maybe one more threat. Maybe if I'm stretching, maybe an inhibitor for PSG as well. It might be a bit too much, but they are here. They're still gonna be having the man advantage. I mean, their headbars are also pretty good. Are they gonna try to go for the end here? Surely not. No, no, no. Okay, good choice there, PSG. Seems like they're not that scrappy. They're gonna be happy if, or already 10,000. Jesus Christ, I haven't even noticed that. Already almost 10,000 of a gold lead for them. Yeah, I mean, I guess like this is their best game so far as a PSG. But like, I mean, you are not happy when you're seeing this. Corgi, after watching this game, I mean, he's gonna have a lot to say. Alright, PSG. My predictions are coming through. There was a question from LCP about like how many wins, how many game wins PSG is gonna be getting this week. I know I said 2. Who else said 2? Let me search it up. Who else said 2? I know there were a few people. My predictions this week on the LCP Twitter are all coming through. I'm on a little bit of a roll, I would say. Next week we'll see what happens, but now... Okay, so Sword Art, MMD, and Psychopathic Poro, they said 4. That's not happening. It was only me and Itrox, Itrox. It was only us who said 2. It seems like our predictions are going to be coming true. As Baron is now up, but PSG is still fighting. If they win this fight here, it might be the end of the game though. Wait a second. Audrey is down. I mean, I wouldn't say that Chiefs is healthy, but Betty is really strong. So they can keep going. There's going to be the minion wave here, so maybe they don't even need the Baron now. One more minion wave, and the game might be over. After such... Okay, they're going to go to Baron. Never mind. They really don't want to throw this away. PSG on the cusp of finally winning a series, and they really don't want to throw this away. They have the Baron, they have the Dragon to pick up. That's gonna be their soul point. The Baron though, they're not going for the Baron. Chiefs will though, but this Dragon is falling pretty fast, so they can probably wait. What? Karsta's not going for the... What is Karsta? Karsta going for the red when he knows that the Baron is up on the map? What? I guess free Baron. I mean, the lead is just so insane for PSG. I don't think it really matters. But like, what? PSG could have just gotten both. I cannot with this team. I cannot with this team. Why? They could have gotten both. And honestly, even if Chiefs get the Dragon, like if they go to Baron first and Chiefs get the Dragon, it doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter at all. This is just a Cantac soul that you're like giving a Baron for. Not even a soul, just a soul point. Oh my god. I'm in a physical pain right now watching these. I don't think she's gonna do too much with the Baron, so maybe that's what PSG is banking on. You know, like there is no chance that We're gonna be losing from 10,000 of a gold lead. So might as well just give out the Baron, who cares? But it's certainly an interesting choice. However, I feel like even with the Baron, this is where the game is gonna be ending, as Woody jumping in. There's the Luan with the shield, but there's the Cataclysm. And the public execution, they're gonna be publicly execute Chiefs here, maybe. 1-for-1 so far, both top members are down, but Daddy is still one of the strongest members here. And while he's gonna be falling, the other members are still gonna be cleaning up. There's an ace for PSG, and they're gonna be finishing off this match with a 2-0. But my goodness, it was painful to watch. This is not a good 2-0. This is not a 2-0 that you're happy with. This is the 2-0. Oh my god. This is just the Maple is laughing. This is just an icing on the cake. Of course, it's an inhibitor respawning, whatever that timers are quite long at this point. PSG gonna be ending 2-0, but again, this is the first time actually the Chiefs suffered a 2-0 loss. They only lost 1-2. They were able to take games previously. I don't know what to say. I mean, PSG is smiling, but this was not necessarily a great game from them. Man, I mean, yeah, they look tired, and again, this is PSG. They should not. Can you? Yeah, today we are playing Chiefs. Are you gonna be beating them 2-0? Are you gonna be? This thing on like the Starburst meme. They did beat them 2-0. They did beat them 2-0. But yeah, it's man. What an insanely scrappy game. Anyways, more importantly, my prediction was right. Me and Itrox, only our predictions were correct this week. PSG finally find their first game victory. They find their first series victory as well this week against Chiefs. And this, I mean, Chiefs is not eliminated, because this second round is like a bracket, so they're just gonna be sending them into their lower bracket now. Chiefs gonna be playing against the loser of the next match, which is gonna be SHG versus DFM. But the playoffs run is still on. The playoff run is still on. These teams are still fighting for the playoffs position. And they're one win away to actually making playoffs. Yeah, it was a weird game. Carson not really. I mean, to be fair, Jarvan is like more of a jumpy guy, but yeah, this is like crazy. Why is Vayner doing more damage than Jimmy? I mean, that was not really like that super AP Maokai. Obviously, every Maokai starting with the Leandris, but even then, I don't know what to say. This is definitely one of the games of League of Legends. Is I would put it. Now, there's a lot to say about what's incoming with SHG versus DFM. There's a lot to talk about that. But let's go and watch some LS. I don't think we can finish this video. This is like an incredibly long video. Barry gonna be MVP. I mean, yeah, his game was really, really good. Well, let's finish up this video, at least the next take, which is co-streaming. Okay, wait a second, little topical.
My name is Nick. Nice to meet you. And
Topical
my
debate.
hot take is that I think content creation is responsible for the demise of League of Legends in North America.
Oh, in North America. Okay, we're safe, chat. We're safe. We're safe. It's only North America.
My argument is based off of 2 points. You've kind of already touched on both of them. So the first part, not in the content creators' control, but the monetary difference in value between content creation versus being professional, as you just mentioned.
This is okay. I'm already disagreeing with this guy. It's not exclusive. Pro players could stream. Remember the old times of LCS, TSM. Literally, were like those guys were massive streamers. And I get like League of Legends is not as popular as a streaming game. Like League is not necessarily, people don't watch really League of Legends streams in North America, but I mean, even then, besides C9, I mean, there's sometimes FlyQuest streams, but like that's it. They just don't stream, which is I'm very mad about that. It's especially in the Japanese teams. That none of them stream, none of them make content. So it's more on the teams than the players. Like more on the players for not wanting to do that, but more on the teams for not forcing it either. Like one of the reasons actually League of Legends became so big in China was the reason. The reason is because every single team required the players to stream. Like every single Chinese team has streaming requirements. And of course, a lot of the players are, let's be honest, they're boring. A lot of the players they are not necessarily gonna be the most interesting personalities, but it doesn't matter because there are gonna be interesting personalities and you have to find them. You just have to find those, and the trade-off is like there's no downside. You have it in your contract that the players need to stream this amount of hours. This is part of the work. This is an entertainment industry, by the way. Like it's fine. Like the players are not gonna be screaming 24/7. It's fine. Also after a point, it's just diminishing returns as well. So this is fine. They have to stream though, because sure, a lot of them are gonna be boring. I don't care, but there's no downside to that. If you're boring, just people not gonna watch that. But there is no downside. However, the upside is massive because if someone is interesting, they can build brand, and this is good for the players as well. This is one of those cases when if the teams would be forcing these streaming requirements, this would also be good for the players. That's crazy how like no one is realizing that. But it's mostly just that because teams don't care. They're here for the Riot stipend. So most of the time they just couldn't care less. And unfortunately, this is I mean, that's the reason there are less content as well. Like there are very few teams that are doing interesting content. A lot of times it just voice comes out and that's our content. So it's like partially like actually a lot of that fault falls on the teams as well. I don't think content creators keeping this game still alive.
And the second thing is I think the narrative has transitioned from being solely in control of the Riot production team, which has always done a fantastic job of creating narratives.
Okay, I'm not disagreeing with this.
And now it's in the hands of content creators. And I feel now more than ever.
Yeah, okay. So what is the solution? Hire the content creators. Why is it that Cadrel chose not to stream MSI like 2 years ago at this point? Why is it that he chose not to stream MSI but to have his own stream on? Why is it that? Like Riot is just cheap about that. Also, Rayfark is gonna be starting for DFM. They have signed Momo. He's in Taiwan. He might be stopped in later, but Rayfark is gonna be starting for now. But Momo is here now. Okay, nonetheless, back to here. Yeah, I mean, if Riot Broadcast wanna be like the co-streams, hire the co-streamers.
Especially when it comes to LTA content, a lot of the narrative around it is very negative and toxic. I guess my point is, when you look at the co-streamers in general,
I mean, why is it toxic?
Like
I'm not saying that, like, I'm posting a lot again. Sure, like, I will dominate. You can say he's toxic, but, like, he is actually passionate about North America. A lot of the toxicity that he has is, like, about the format and all that stuff. And, like, how Riot is handling things. But he would be passionate about the North American teams. I mean, he's working for C9 now, but even then, like, if that's what people want, I mean, people also want toxicity, to be fair. I can see that point. But it's like, but if you feel like that the official broadcast is not as interesting to the people, there's a lot of factors. But if you think that it's co-streamers, then Riot could just hire them, invite them to the studio, have segments with them. Which, to be fair, they've done sometimes. Like, for example, like when Ludwig was there, like he was also part of the broadcast sometimes. But they could integrate it way more. Like have a game when Ludwig is casting, and like you can stream that for both on Ludwig's channel and on the official broadcast. There could be many ways to do that.
And Cage was doing a great job in terms of, I watched a game where it was two bottom teams in the LEC playing against each other and just highlighting the good positive plays that teams are making, regardless of the
Also, like the
overall
thing is like
rankings
about
for the team
K-Roll,
versus like
the reason
Dom
K-Roll is
got.
so popular, it is not exclusive. Like LEC is laying off so many members. Like there was like massive layoffs. The broadcasters are visibly worse because of those layoffs. And why? Because so Riot, they don't care about the official broadcast being good. Now, with that being said, I mean, there are good official broadcasts. Like the LCP one is pretty good, I think. The LTA one actually is pretty good. Like, I think the LTA broadcast is really good right now. But I think LEC is the best example. Like, Riot is not really incentivized of making the official broadcast good. Because Riot, the parent company, they don't care. What they want is getting skin sales because that's the big money maker, and they don't care if the people are watching. That's like an advertisement. Like the whole esport is just an advertisement for the game. So they don't really care about. So they don't really care about like is the official broadcast surviving or not. And this is a very short-term thing. Obviously, long-term, it would be good if there is an official broadcast, another layer, and on top of that, there are the popular co-streamers. But Riot is not seeing it like this because what they're seeing is we can spend less on the official broadcast and we get more profit. Riot is insanely profitable, right, as a company. And what are they doing? They're keeping that money for themselves. They should be investing more into the official broadcast because like long terms obviously would be the better choice, but they're thinking a little short term here. And yep, wait, so I didn't have a capitalism take in the last one, but like for the previous ones I had. That's capitalism, baby. Welcome to capitalism.
Where I saw he posted a video saying the title of the video was 15 years of competitive League of Legends equals this, and he just spent 80% of the time flaming Shopify Rebellion and Dignitas for poor play. Like,
okay, Dom is
it's hard
angry
to
at
build a brand,
Shopify.
especially as a player, and to me, it's really negating any effort by these players, regardless of how good they are, to try to make a brand when there's so much negativity.
Okay, to be fair, I mean, the team's also a little bit in fault of that. A lot of the times, especially Dignitas, for example, like, what is Dignitas? Like, what is, like, do you guys know anything about Dignitas? They're just a nothing team. There's nothing about Dignitas. They used to be like this very fun team with the Baron Throws, and like they had like Scarra and all the players. They used to be a very, very fun team. But now it's just like, what is, I mean, to be fair, their visibility is not the best. Like if you search up Dignitas on YouTube, you get like this little message that, hey, there is always help, because Dignitas is like like what is the word for that? Like an assisted suicide. It's like an assisted suicide company. So there's like the visibility is not the greatest, and that's kind of out of their control. But like even some other teams, they just don't really make compelling content. A lot of teams haven't really changed with the times. Like right now, you cannot just publish a vlog about your team, like for example, like TSM Legends were. You cannot do that anymore because people don't want that. People want short form content, just like pop, 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 pop. That's what they see. Like all the big streamers got big, for example, like Queso just got big solely because of TikTok. That's the new meta, and you have to evolve with the new meta, man. So a lot of that lies on the teams. And if the teams had personalities, then that would also push these narratives a little. The reason that a lot of these co-streamers are toxic is because there is nothing else really to talk about that gets the clicks, just being negative. And there's just nothing else that they could use narratively because the teams themselves don't make narratives.
But you would be saying that Dom's viewers and Dom's viewership is directly responsible for the millions that would somehow tune out.
They're just an internet.
Watching,
They're just an internet. They like toxicity.
Or that, K-Troll is trying to list a lot of positives and highlights. There's a lot of funny data and metrics.
I mean, that's not true even. K-Troll is always flaming in like the lower matches.
Which is their like following, their social media numbers, etc., impressions that they get. And you can look at all of them versus the main broadcast numbers, and you can start to draw certain things. If the argument is that K-Droll is very, very popular and he highlights things even on the bottom teams, then it should dwarf a million times over anything Dom does, just going off numbers.
That's not even true.
Obviously, that's evidently not the case with what's going on. So I feel like it doesn't make sense to use both because one should...
Business combination matrix tends to outperform Rabbit Dominate. Yeah, but it's like it's not even really. I mean, he is also flaming the teams. Like he's flaming the bottom teams like an SK or something. Like that's the only way that's enjoyable to watch. I feel like that's maybe on a little bit on the official broadcast. Like whenever they're like bottom teams, I tend to like the LTA cast more because they're just like having some fun. Especially like Captain Flowers. He's like Flowers always making even the verse games fun. So that's like kind of on them. Not to flame the LEC casters, I like them as well, but like also like a lot of them is just getting fired. So yeah, that's again kind of just like Riot is not really pushing, I think, this like really interesting casters. And if someone is like a really interesting caster like Kadrill was, then Riot is like, we don't need this much money because if you're doing this on your own, that costs less for us, but you give the same but you give the same advertisement for our game. So we don't care. We don't care about official broadcast.
Almost knock out the other, or like just shine a larger light on something that's positive. So we had to sort of pick and choose what kind of damage is being done or what positivity is being done. And now we have like the streamer team with Los Ratones. That is
Yeah,
obviously
there's
driving
definitely
a lot of
damage to the
stuff,
official
and
broadcast.
streaming against them by proxy
But it's
helps
not really
you,
from the
or,
co-streamers.
like, get more
It's
eyes
more just
on
like
you. It
because
happens all the time.
the,
You see it,
the
you know,
priorities
even-
for the official broadcast and the priorities for the Riot HQ as the big parent company are just different. The game, like esport in general, is just an advertisement for the game itself. Just so you can see the skins and you're like, oh, this looks fun. I wanna buy these skins as well. That's it. That is the main goal of the. That is the main goal of the big guy up there, the parent company. And they're not really incentivized, like short term at least, to make it a good official product as well. And if it's really failing, then usually these upper guys are just like going to different companies then or failing upwards. There's not really any case when it's like something fails and like they're like, okay, I take accountability. No, they're just like leaving to a different company and being like like CEOs and like higher ups. That's the main issue. They don't care about longevity because they know that they're gonna be there short term. They're gonna make money short term, and if things go wrong when they cannot make money anymore short term because they didn't plan for long term, they just leave the company and go to another one.
Streamers lobbies, they get more viewers. I didn't necessarily hear what with co-streamers and stuff because you listed two polar opposite examples. How would
Co-streaming
that
is
directly
somewhat
be related to the demise of viewership? Whereas my view is,
Yeah, it's not.
we knew
Yeah,
that even in 2020 that the average viewer of LCS at the time, LTA now, was over the age of 21, and we know this because one, Riot had the data, and then two,
yeah.
Mud Dog
Basically,
responded.
I'm not sure what
But
you're
now
talking here.
everyone is gonna be 27.
Basically, it's like
People just don't want to.
it's not like necessarily
kids,
coinci-
much younger than them play
um,
video games anymore.
it's not like necessarily a direct result of that. It's more just like both could live. Like both co-streaming and official broadcast could live in harmony. Both could be fund. I mean, official broadcast could still be funded because even though short term it's not making as much profit, it's definitely like anyone can see that long term this is like what should be done. Long term, this is how you keep this product alive. It's just no one is thinking long term because why would you think long term when you can make money short term and if anything goes wrong, you can just leave the company?
People don't want to tune into the same repetitive matches being played, which was why I pushed against or pushed for Fearless, Iron Man, etc.
Okay, no, that's no. That would be just make randomness and boring.
Going on that doesn't have to do with co-streaming. I think if you remove all the co-streamers right now in the world, it does not mean that everything returns to the broadcast. I think a fraction would
I mean, yeah, this is
With the
Pandora's
implementation of
box.
co-streaming
I
and the
agree.
reliance of Riot and the LTA into co-streaming being the main source of viewership. Sure,
But that's a Riot.
positives, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't.
It's like I don't know any good analogy for that, but it's like yes, on one way, like yeah, co-streamers like quote unquote stole away the views, but it's like it's kind of like if you walk into a store and it's like you should be paying for a chocolate bar, but like as you enter the store, the owner says that there are no cameras around. There are no checks if you steal this away. And I'm gonna turn around and close my eyes while you're leaving the store and I'm not even gonna be bothering you. Like, it's like, you're kind of gonna be feeling like that. I can just steal this away. Like, I was told I can steal this away. So, well, yes, I guess the co-streamers are stealing views, but like, that doesn't mean that, I mean, they're just doing what they want. Like, they're just doing what's best for them, the co-streamers. That doesn't mean that the official broadcast should suffer. That is a whole different topic. It's like Riot is like, we had this official broadcast being the main advertising tool for the game, and we could have the co-streamers as an addition, but we can also have them as a replacement. And that's not really on the co-streamers. They're just doing what they love.
Cater really watches the LTA very often.
No, he does playoffs. So.
Exactly. So LEC, I watch his streams and he does a great job in terms of promoting that. In NA, there's not really that gap. Double lift, I will dominate. Those opinions are starting to resonate more. And as those opinions resonate more, any attempt, because I saw a stream where you mentioned that you feel like the modern LTA is full of mannequins. It's full of people who there are just no storylines that they can base. There's nothing.
I mean, yeah, that's more on the teams.
Yes, exactly.
That's more on the teams, yeah.
And my point is that ever since there was a separation of Riot being solely in control of the production value where those storylines are created,
I don't necessarily would put this on Riot. It's, I mean, they could be having rules for the teams,
and it's impacting.
and they could be having rules for the teams like, hey, you have to force your players to stream and make content. They could somewhat force this, and I mean, Riot is like, actually in this sense, they're like trying in North America, because I remember there was this change in the stipends that now like their interactions on social media or whatever is actually like contributing to that. So if they get more views in a video, they get more money or something. I don't know the exact percentages, maybe it's not much, but at least like Riot is somewhat trying in that sense. But the teams in a lot of cases just don't care. Like, they are like pushing out ideas that are like, you know, trying something voice comp, like whatever worked in the past, and not really going with the current trends. And I mean, props to FlyQuest. I'm literally watching a FlyQuest video right now, like a Jubilee style video, which is getting really popular these days. So they are doing a good job with that. But as for like the teams in general, I feel like that's very rare, and yeah, usually it's not the case.
Marketability and branding factor of these players to where they don't even want to try, and I don't blame them. Yeah, I just think it's done some pretty harsh damage to the league.
I don't think anyone really does negative stuff in LEC, right? But the viewership continues to go down, no? Or I could be wrong. I don't have the exact data.
Viewership is down throughout all four regions this year.
What's going on that you can't?
Okay, this stat here, the 2021. I mean, that was COVID. Those are the COVID years. COVID just because everyone was home, it was like just obviously increasing the viewer numbers. It's like not necessarily like those numbers are not necessarily measurable to other numbers, but it's still not in the best shape. LEC has other issues, and LT has other issues, so that's a longer topic.
To co-streamers, because you're saying that they're mostly positive, right? And I think the other region languages are all positive.
Well, I think I played competitive Call of Duty for a few years, a long time ago, and I actually was a caster as well. You worked as a caster, so you should probably understand this. When you're doing analysis in the caster's desk, there's a certain way that you give that analysis. And there's a certain level of professionalism that you need to have on a public broadcast, especially something that's...
Oh, this is something people always say, that like co-streamers are less professional, but I feel like their personalities still work in like a more professional environment.
Single-handedly throwing the entire game off of one play. And sure, while League can't operate like that in certain situations, a lot of times, League is a team-based game. There's a lot of several different factors that can go into a team winning or losing. There's plenty of times where you said this team has completely thrown the game and they come back and they win the game. So while that isn't really like the peak level of toxicity I'm talking about, where, like I said, the I Will Dominate video, where he's pretty much, there was one thing in particular where he was begging for a replay so they could watch Palafox have a mechanical misplay. And
yeah, okay.
Mechanical misplays happen.
Dom versus SR Saga. I'm sorry, Dom. I cannot cover you in that. I'm an SR fan.
Really hurt Palafox's branding in that situation, and him as a player, right? In that.
But now that he beat C9, that in itself is creating narrative. So I'm not agreeing with this one. The fact that Dom was flaming Palafox and now he popped off against Avia Dominate's team is in itself creating more content and like more interactions. This is good. Like, obviously like not to like the point when it's turning into like a hate brigade. How do you say this? Obviously not to the point when it's turning into like a hate brigade. But to a certain degree, like a little poke here and there, and then poking back, like like showing up on stage. That's the best case. That is absolutely helping. I feel like the interactions and just like the more eyes on the product.
You have someone who's gaining a lot of viewership, isolating that player and pretty much putting a spotlight on calling him trash, in my opinion. They're saying he's a bad player. So that's more so what those examples were relating to, and that with the separation of Riot no longer being in control, because if you watch the caster's desk, there's certain ways that they handle it.
Okay, I said this beforehand, but I'm summarizing it. Riot is not really in control in a lot of cases, especially in LCP. But yeah, they're not in control. Whose fault is that? It's not the co-streamers. Riot don't want to be in control of that. That is the main issue. They don't want this because being in the control means also funding it monetarily. They don't want to be in the control. They want to give it to the co-streamers. They're just giving the absolute minimum amount of money into the product and just providing like a raw feed or whatever. And for them, co-streamers doing the job, that's free. So for Riot, not like the different regions and their productions, but like for Riot, the parent company, they're fine with that. They're absolutely fine.
Misplays in certain ways that they talk about it versus the co-streamers, which have varying effects.
I agree. So I used to refer to myself as I had LCK mode and then I had my stream mode. LCK me was very
that's
different.
true. LS is very different
vocabulary. Even if some people would argue that I somewhat still talk similar, I'm very restrained on LCK broadcast. And obviously it's because of the reason that you listed, that there's a different level.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like he was like not necessarily as I'm not toxic, but like obviously he didn't have like those pop-off moments on the LCK broadcast, but he was still having the same personality. Like I really enjoyed Alice's LCK casts. I feel like he was a really great addition to that. But I also enjoy his streams whenever he's co-streaming. That's like a different like level of heat, I guess, he's giving to the teams, but this is the same personality, and I feel like people would watch both. Like there are some people who obviously would only watch the co-streams when it's like really heated up, but that's not, I mean, it doesn't have to be exclusive. Again, it doesn't have to be exclusive.
Of professionalism. I realize those people aren't there for me, they're there for the broadcast. But on my own stream, I don't want to be dishonest if I think that something is really
okay, after this segment, we're back to the draft.
And some people might argue that there's other examples or ways to go about it. And I think that's very fluff, and I think that there's too much data that shows otherwise across time. And these are going to be fields that most people aren't involved in. So they wouldn't know. It's just their opinion, sort of like how if more NA players were in LTA, we'd watch more. No, you wouldn't, because NACL is full of NA players and no one watches. I think Riot leaned into co-streaming more and more and more, because also Riot's data showed that it needed co-streaming to stay afloat. I almost think it's...
that is a very charitable opinion, I think, about the situation. The data showed that they can invest less money, and I mean, probably losing some revenue in because the overall viewership stay going down, but they're investing in less money, and the profit is more overall. So I mean, that's the data probably that they are never seeing.
Like opposite of what you're saying in regards to co-streaming destroyed stuff versus it's actually one of the things that now we're kind of leaning on. Also, I think it's sort of like the future, which is content creator led stuff, with the assistance of Riot. And
at least in NA, yeah. At least in NA, content creator culture is massive. Like all the content creator streams, I can see that, yeah. But again, it's not exclusive. Like my only issue with this whole thing is this is not exclusive. Like just because you have co-streams, that doesn't mean that the official broadcast should suffer.
I don't think
it just Riot is like less money and same profit, or like potentially more profit.
It's the sole responsibility. Obviously, this is a much bigger, more complex issue. I just think that it is a subtle factor that a lot of people don't see, and I agree with you in that I do think there is plenty of benefits, but it's a double-edged sword, and that there's also negatives that brings people. But that's it.
Here's the thing. I mean, I agree with this guy. The thing I don't agree with is okay. What's the next? Coaching is used. Okay, well, we're gonna merge it after this game. So I generally agree with this guy. The reason I still don't agree is because, like, in the fact that who's like The reason I still don't agree with this take is that I think they couldn't really pinpoint like the real, not necessarily villain, but like the real reason why this is happening and who allowed this to happen and why they allowed this to happen. So yeah. There's a lot of reasons to co-stream. For example, as for the LCP, because it has a bunch of different regions, a bunch of different languages, co-streaming is a pretty good way to like give more insight. Like for example, personally, I got into co-streaming because I know the Japanese teams really well. I covered the LJL beforehand as well. I still cover the new LJL. So I know these players, and when Momo is gonna be jumping in, hopefully next game, I can talk about Momo a lot because I watched this guy for the entirety of the year. So we have like these, and also I want to be more biased towards the Japanese teams. So that's like a different type of content you're watching. While when you're watching like Vashtion, who I love, I think Vashtion is an amazing caster. Vashtion is gonna be obviously more neutral. Maybe he has a little bit of a PCS bias. Obviously he's coming from the PCS, but also Oceanic, like he's obviously Oceanic, but you know, maybe he has some bias towards those teams. But with that being said, it's like more neutral. And whenever you have like all these different regions, there are obviously gonna be some bias, like some biases for the different co-streamers. And that's the reason that actually I really like how I think in every region now the teams can have co-streamers as well. Usually they're using their slots for like random players or like random people. So when you're just signing, like for example, I think like GX signed Jankos or something, he is probably gonna be maybe a little more charitable to GX, but like I don't think that's the same excitement as if, for example, like when Ludwig or Charlie is streaming SR. Like whenever they're co-streaming, I'm always watching their streams because they have actual investment in the team, like that's their team. Also, one of the most fun co-streams I've seen in my life was in Valorant, when Tariq was streaming with Nate Shot in like a Sen versus 100 Thieves match. And that was really fun because those people have actual investment into their teams. Tariq maybe less, but like he is also like with Sen. Like he was very, very passionate for Sen. So those type of things I think co-stream is really good for, having this plus pressure in. I kind of, some of the more like non-team co-streamers, I mean, LS also with FlyQuest actually, but like not having more than that with FlyQuest. He's like not an investor in the team or anything like that. So he's also kind of like in the same way as like Jankos, but he has a fun personality. He's just like getting money from FlyQuest. So that's a different topic. And once again, I think they could still exist. They should still exist while the official broadcast is still a part of that. But I mean, a lot of the reasons people watch co-streamers is because they have more investment. Like for example, you're watching a Vietnamese co-streamer maybe for CFO versus Vikings just to get like the same experience as you are experiencing. You want to hear your co-streamer popping off whenever Vikings are killing CFO in game 2. And that is the reason actually. I mean, it's never gonna be happening with like all the layoffs and all that. But that is the reason I really wish whenever we still had a lot of money. Wait, is it ending? Wait, what is it? What's the last pick? Did they shoot the last? Am I crazy? No, whatever. And that is the reason that I wanted when we had still a lot of money. That if there was a different LCS than LEC costing for like Worlds and MSI. Because, I mean, a lot of times they try to do like, you know, one European and one American caster. But it's not the same. Like they made fun of each other, which was like fun to watch, but I wanted to see like just a full European cast being absolutely biased to Europe. Like I would have watched that one so much more than just like this, like, you know, in general casting. Because that's the fun. Like for example, watching like French cast in like a KC match. You know all those what is this like? You know all those compilations whenever it's like there's like a big upset happens, and like there's a compilation of that team's region costing the match and how it's like subtitled and everything, but it's like super fun and they're like crying and like super happy. That is like what's kind of happening in an official setting, what people would tune like a lot of times to co-streamers into. I think that's a little bit missing with like having just an English broadcast and not like a separate one. But with all that being said, that's like a whole different topic. And it doesn't even matter because again, co-streaming could live alongside official broadcast. Riot could support official broadcast same way how they always done because this is an advertisement for their game. They could still have co-streamers and the co-stream audience and all that. It all could be possible. It's just more of a long-term investment, and usually companies are not doing long-term investments because they want money now, they want profit now, and if the short-term is, because it's short-term, not gonna be long-lived, then whenever it's on the downturn, the higher-ups just gonna leave the company and go to another one. They are never gonna be falling downwards. But that's it. Let's watch the match now. So, Nocturne Oriana, Rumble. DFM's comp is like absolute omega gapping right now, SHG's. Marble on the Ezreal is always pretty fun to see. Like he can absolutely 1v9. But I feel like as for the other members, this is just an incredible comp for DFM. And I feel like they should be winning this. These two teams are not that far away, I think, in terms of strength. They're gonna be scrappy. I mean, that's 100%. But they're not far. And I feel like DFM is gonna just be absolutely destroying this. I mean, if they execute well. The Rumble, Nocturne, Oriana is so incredibly strong together. Plus the Corki, gonna be scaling pretty well. I just don't really see how DFM fights that. Fate is also in the Galio, so basically the sole damage dealer on this team is gonna be Marble. They're gonna be lacking damage whenever it comes to later parts. I mean, DFM needs to play really bad for them to lose this, I think. I don't even know at which point SHG's comp would be stronger than DFM's. Like, even in the early games, I don't necessarily think that the Oriana would be losing. Like, Oriana's poke is gonna be pretty good compared to the Galio. So I just really don't know when they would be doing bad with it. DFM should just be dominating this game, I think, from early to late. It's gonna just come down to execution, probably. But yeah, we're probably looking forward to a bit of a one-sided game here. Unless Marble just goes crazy and 1v9s, which, I mean, he has done Ezreal beforehand, so it's not necessarily out of the question, but I feel like this is still just absolutely not enough. I would love to see game 2 if Momo comes in. I would love to see Momo on the big stage. Now that he was assigned for the main team. I think it might be happening. DFM did say in their announcement that it's gonna be like a 6-man roster, just like CFOs. So I could definitely see Momo playing. Momo has a pretty fun champion pool. He's more like a carry player, so I would definitely love to see that aspect of this DFM roster. They probably couldn't scream like that much with this like different teams, so maybe it's not happening today. But I mean, they should be getting 1-0 up here, so they can sub in Momo. If things not working out, they still have game 3. So I really hope they're gonna be doing that. Nonetheless, after that PSG game, I really obviously like a little bit a cleaner one. DFM's comp is, I'm not saying it's easy to execute. It's not the easiest. a lot of things can go wrong from just like a combo combos, but I feel like this is a very straightforward execution, even if it's not the easiest. And I mean, so far, that's what you're seeing in the lane already. DFM is doing pretty good. And that's what I'm expecting. Early pressure, late pressure at every single moment in the game. There should be pressure. As now, there's gonna be a TP from Harp. Swap is incoming for DFM. Just to match the SHG one. Corki is woken up here. And again, SHG's whole strategy is give Marble gold. That's it. Give Marble gold. If Marble is up, if Marble has the lead, then there's still a chance for them. But it's just really hard for me to see, even with like the Galio and Wukong, who usually is pretty, I mean, even a Rakan, they're pretty good in stemming the ADC. I just really don't know how, like, there's just so much, like, CC, so much engaged potential in the DFM team. I don't know how Marble is going to be safe from all of that. And also, SHG look pretty disjointed. They don't seem to have any synergy. So, I mean, there's also that part. Like, I'm not necessarily sure they're going to be well in synergy to save Marble. But nonetheless, that's what we're seeing right now. Marble is going to be having a pretty hard time here against the Corki. Also with the Braum just keeps all the time blocking the Qs. Just going to be keep poking with his own Q. So it's just going to be pretty hard. As the Nocturne. As soon as I said this, Nocturne already gonna be popping the ultimate. However, he's gonna be pretty low here. Actually, Marble is the one first who gets the kill. And Marble gets the second one. Oh, there's no chance DFM losing this. The only way that SHG could win this game is if Marble is fed. And now he's gonna get 2 freebies. If SHG wins this game, then I feel like this is 2-0. I feel like we're going to be seeing a very fast game today then. Oh my god, what was that DFM? Why was Citrus even in that part of the jungle, like defensively using the Nocturne ultimate and all that? Oh my god, this might be a PSG Chiefs situation. The quality is not too high for now. What was he doing here? What was he doing here? I don't know, man. Citrus might have just lost them the game there. Marble is gonna be snowballing out of this lead that now he has. Again, that is the only way SHG can win. But the only game con, or the only win con that they're having is currently being activated. See, I don't know what to say. DFM had the perfect comp for them to win this game. And they're gonna be throwing it all away in 10 minutes. Now, obviously, this is not necessarily over. They're just 1,000 of a lead for SHG for now. A little bit less than that, even. And it's just Marble. It's still just Marble who has the lead. So, I don't think at any point in the game SHG would be necessarily 100% winning. If DFM takes out Marble at any point, I feel like they're gonna be winning that fight. But banking on that is not necessarily a wise idea. Marble has showcased that, I mean, he has been throughout the year the best performing member, maybe the only performing member in the SHG lineup. So it's very hard to just bank on that one aspect. Maybe if like catching him with the Nocturne Orion, then there's a chance. But again, like DFM just has so many tools to win this game. And so far, in the first 10 minutes, we are welcomed with a big mistake from them. But we'll see. If Marble wins this one, he should be the MVP. I mean, he probably will be. I think most of the games, Marble is the MVP. Now Arya, I'm gonna be called out here. SHG was gonna be gathering around the dragon. They're probably gonna be taking this one. I mean, Citrus had just recalled. So, while a bit late of a dragon, SHG should be securing this without many issues. Citrus coming back. I mean, Orion is gonna be far away, so they cannot even really channel this if they wanna go for a steal or anything like that. But Harp is gonna be jumping in. And just a few damage. Not much is happening. I mean, SHG is playing this game fine so far, I'd say. Just looking at the draft. With like equal teams, I don't think they would have a chance, but I mean, they looking like a bit cleaner for now than the DFM. And even if their win con is just one single member, at least once that one single member is so far set up for victory. But yeah, I mean, these teams not gonna be fighting onto the next objective. I feel like they are not that keen on that. SHG wouldn't really wanna fight anyways until there is like at least 2 items, but almost 3 would be ideal for Marble. There's already the tier stacking, so the Muramana is gonna be coming soon as well. With the Muramana and the Triforce, I feel like Marble can already, like maybe not a pentakill, but can definitely try. Until that, just they have to survive. And if DFM is a bit more aggressive, I feel like they could be definitely getting some kills here, and they should be getting some kills. But so far, it's just like, I don't even know, there's like weird aggressiveness from like Citrus, which doesn't really make sense. And Kakun as well, why? This is not the type of aggressiveness I want. I want aggressiveness with actual ideas behind it. Like this one. Like exactly this one. Is they gonna be going in on to Marble? Maybe not under 2 turrets. Maybe not under 2 turrets. Citrus is getting shots from both of them. Oh my god. Now SHG wins this one 2-0. SHG wins this one 2-0. DFM's performance is really bad. Citrus is absolutely trolling this. However, now there's gonna be 2 TPs coming in. Abby is also here to kind of provide some shielding, some front line. And that just will be resulting in just a kill, one more kill for SHG. Yeah, I don't even think that Momo should be subbed in. He would just be set up for loss here. What was that? Okay, the idea behind this is good. I was supporting this. Not to the point to stay under 2 turrets, Citrus. Not... What? He was getting shot from both turrets. Like, when Ezreal eat away under the second turret, you should just leave it. Oh my god. And I mean, this is just good rotation from SHG. It's not as big of an int as the previous dive. Okay, this does not look good. 3,000 of a lead already. Yeah, this is looking like a disaster class DFM performance. This should be fine from relegation. But there is not much chance that that's happening because the way the relegation system works is last place team is definitely going to the promotion tournament. And then unless TS3 and Vikings both make worlds, it would be whoever is not making worlds going to there as well for like the Vietnamese spot. The only way that DFM is relegated is if either they end last, which, I mean, Chiefs is still worse than them. So I don't think that's happening. Or if both Vikings and TS3 make worlds, then DFM would be in the relegation tournament. But I feel like they're still pretty safe, especially with GAM is looking like they can at least beat one of the TS3 or Vikings. Now this is the good engage from DFM. This is what I've been looking for, channeling together all the different ultimates. However, I mean, their damage is already gonna be lacking. They still should be able to get a few kills. Kakun gonna be getting one. And, oh, however, Fate is gonna be jumping onto Kakun now. And that was not a great idea by Fate. Abby, he's the one who's trying to save the day. But it's gonna be 2 kills. 3 kills for DFM. That's what I wanted. Why couldn't you do this earlier, DFM? What was that chain inting for the first like 15 minutes? Why did you have to give SHG that much lead when you could just do this? Oh my god. Okay, Abby gets one kill. That was pretty nice from Abby. Harp is very low. Abby is trying to save this now a little bit. This is still gonna be better for DFM. However, I mean, they're gonna be forcing this dragon. I'm not sure why SHG would be forcing this dragon fight. Kakun is already back. Yeah. Kakun is gonna be taking down Abby. They're gonna take the dragon as well. And DFM is a little bit back. They're a little bit back here in this game. And again, their comp should be stronger at all points in the game, so I'm not that surprising to see that. But like, they're not making this game easier for them is all I'm saying. Like this is what I was waiting for. This is a really nice setup, really nice engage from all the members. I'm not sure why the game had to start with giving away 5 kills. If they haven't given away the 5 kills, like DFM could literally get an ace here. Yeah, they have better poke, they have better engage, they have better damage. They just have to use that wisely. Now that you're back in the equal stage of the game, I'm still gonna be predicting DFM to win. It's just so incredibly hard to lose with this draft. Citrus, not gonna lie, he definitely tried to do that. He definitely tried to do that unobtainable feat. But it seems like his efforts are not enough for that. There is one way that DFM can still lose this game, is if we are seeing patented attack control. Oh, over SHG. SHG, I mean, that's a good call from SHG. That is a pretty good call for them. They're falling behind, and again, like, their comp is never really gonna be up. So they have to be a little bit desperate already. However, Citrus is gonna be here in time. Can he go for the steal though? Can he go for the steal? The steal is not happening, however. The fight after, oh no. Oh no, DFM. Oh no, this is not a good fight. SHG Otacon, they're also gonna be getting the victory in this fight here. And DFM, what are they doing? I mean, they get some kills, I guess. But Marble is still up and alive. What? Oh no. SHG's plan is kind of working out here. They sneaked up this Otacon. And I mean, DFM is not expecting it. I feel like they should have expected at least that something is going on. Like, SHG was not in a good game state. They had to do something, and I think it is pretty expected that without any wards there, they would be trying that. But Arya had a... Wait, did Arya have a blue ward? Why didn't they check it earlier? What is DFM doing? They didn't have a blue ward to check? DFM is trying their hardest to lose this game. Man, this would have been the easiest victory for them. But they're really trying to make this hard. Oh my god. I am speechless. I'm absolutely speechless. And I mean, they already secured defeat. And they're gonna be securing their second turret as well, or DFM still has none. Okay, this is a bit of a miss of the combo. That was way too long. And at least DFM is gonna be cooling it off. Even though they kind of screwed this up, they shouldn't force it. Just accept the defeat. Just reset. And then try it again. They have to take that Marble fast. If Marble is dead... sorry. If Marble is dead, SHG still has no real carries. So there's still a way for DFM to win this game. Like, SHG is not ahead that much. They have Otacon, I guess, but like they're not really that ahead. They're all relying on Marble. And this is 100% a winnable game still for DFM. 100% a winnable one. They just have to get their shit together. They have to use these wombo combos better. They have to make sure that their engages are more connected. Marble though. Oof. Marble is actually really strong. Even that ultimate is gonna be chunking down every member from DFM. Now, Dragon is up. Again, we're only having Camtech Soul. However, this is another nice engage coming in from DFM. There's already gonna be Johan down. And they're going further, but there's a TP. There's a TP coming in from Abby. The Marble is still up and alive. He is the main carry in this team. They need to take down Marble. And they're gonna be going through that, but again, Abby is getting the kills and Marble is still doing the damage. And they're not taking that Marble. They're not taking that Marble. What is this team doing? What is this team doing? Oh my god. Chat, we're not having the highest quality games today. We're not having the highest quality ones. If their plan was to take down Johan here, if their plan was to not have a jungler, why is Hard flashing over Fate? Just retreat, try to take the dragon. Why are they fighting this one? If their plan was to fight, why are they not taking that Marble? Like, I can understand taking down Johan if they want to focus on the dragon after. I can understand they want to fight. But like, then just take that Marble. What is happening? I don't understand the decision making here. These choices are baffling me. Now combo gonna be back up again. Or they're gonna be trying to take that marble this time around. Looks like as Baron is up. SHG might wanna do that eventually. It is bait DFM into running into them. So far that seems to be a working strategy. As Rayfork at least gonna be pushing on the bots, they're gonna be trying to get some gold back. Again, they're gonna be still in the gold deficit. Most of that is gonna be on marble. And there it is. There's the Baron taken. Baron started rather. There's the Baron started. But this is a bait. This is the bait here. A massive ultimate from Johan there. Marble. Just gonna be cleaning them up. Already the double kill for marble. And yes, nah man. It's painful to watch DFM. It is painful to watch them. How is SHG winning with this comp? Why is Marble just be able to carry every single fight? This is such an obvious bait for this Baron. And again, Marble was just waiting for E over the wall. And to just get all the kills across the map. Oh, it's really looking at 2-0 today. It's looking at 2-0. SHG, the draft is atrocious, but their execution is just like tiers above the DFM's. Now, I mean, DFM should be getting this kill onto Fate. At least using everything on Fate is a choice. While other members from SHG are knocking on the top inhibitor. At least they're gonna be getting a turret, but probably inhibitor too. Harp is gonna be TPing up top. Oh my god, and they don't even have the combo anymore. The Nocturne Rihanna combo has already been used. As long as Marble is, I mean, are they ending the game? I mean, again, to be fair, SHG, well, pretty much, very much ahead. Again, they are relying on Marble a lot. If Marble is dead, I feel like they're still not that strong, but I mean, DFM is not even trying to take down Marble. Okay, they just win the game here, I guess. What? How? How? How is SHG winning this? No, Marble is MVP. Marble is like a massive MVP here. This guy literally just 1v9 this whole game. No one cared about Marble from the DFM side, and I mean, that's what happens when you don't care about Marble. Yeah, they're just winning the game. They just, how? How they're winning this one? How? How? I'm chat. I don't know what to say. I don't know. I don't know. I'm speechless. It's looking like a 2-0. It's looking like a 2-0. I thought that the PSG Chiefs match was bad. I don't know what DFM tried to do here, but this was not it. And I don't even know how they fixed it. They got all the tools with this draft to win this game. They got all the leads in the early game. Oh, sorry, not in the early game, but yeah, this happened beforehand. Citrus is trolling. Yeah, oh, I forgot what happened earlier. No, so earlier on SHG were getting ahead, and I was like, what the hell is happening? And then DFM had like that one fight victory, which I was like, that's pretty good. But at this point, it was not over. Even though they like chain inted. Okay, this is like the 3 ints that we're watching here. This might have been the most atrocious here. This is like the worst int from DFM. But right after, they were like kind of coming back. Like this display here. This is their only good engage. And if they just kept doing this, if they just kept playing how this comp's supposed to play, which is like trying to take the marble, at least force him out of the fights. If they just kept doing this, then they would have won this easily. This was the easiest victory that DFM could have gotten. But like they didn't blue war this one. They were like, oh yeah, let's just go in, let's just bet on the 50-50 for some reason. And no one is even caring about marble doing the damage. Like what? This is an absolute disaster class. Way more than what PSG and Chiefs did last time. Like the PSG Chiefs game was like kind of back and forth disaster, but this is just a chain disaster from DFM. They had one single good fight in this entire game. One single good fight. But after that, they just decided that like that they want to lose. No, I cannot do this. I cannot do this. I cannot. Let's continue the LS video. I'm on. What? What? This is horrible. Let's continue. And after this game, please give me a good take. I'm in physical pain right now. Give me a good take now. Save me.
Daniel.
No, sweet.
And my hot take is that coaching is useless below masters, and that the practice for lower MMR players is predatory in nature.
I wouldn't say useless, but a predatory aspect, yeah, I agree with that one. Obviously, there is a lot of these, like, I don't even know any of them, but like, you know what I'm talking about, like these like coaching sites that is like, hey, are you bronze? You wanna get out of bronze? Just pay $100 a month and you're gonna get out of bronze. That's predatory, yeah. Because if you're bronze and if you wanna improve, there is an infinite amount. That's a weird word. Never mind. Because if you're bronze and you wanna improve, there is an infinite amount of videos on YouTube absolutely for free. Like, you don't need personal coaching. Like if you're low MMR, that's true. And I agree, until masters, you don't need personal coaching at all. You just need to watch free videos on YouTube.
For pretty much the majority of players,
I agree.
When you play ranked and you like play enough ranked games, once you kind of get settled into what your rank is, that's where you're going to be. And for most players, I don't think that any amount of coaching, especially paid coaching, is going to make you.
I mean, paid coaching is predatory in that sense. But I feel like if you're watching your VODs back, if you're watching YouTube videos, you can improve. You can always improve.
Improve to such a degree where you can go, like, a bronze player will become a diamond player, because the bronze player will
with like free YouTube videos, you can
misunderstand how the game is meant to be played, and as a result, them shelling out, $250 to Nice for an hour to get yelled at, it seems pointless, and it also makes them not want to play the game, or they develop.
I mean, I agree with this. Is not even a hot take.
So saying that it's just useless. Well, useless to who? Because we have piano lessons, guitar lessons, baseball lessons, whatever.
Okay, I mean, to be fair, like, okay, I mean, but like, how should I say this? Like, you don't need one-on-one lessons. You don't, to play the piano. It's more like basically you are doing that because you are forcing yourself to do that. There are some things, like, for example, I'm going to singing lessons. And for singing lessons, it's good to have some like one-on-one, because this is not necessarily something you can have like feedback on immediately. Like a lot of the times it's I think I have a pretty good hearing. Like I can hear when I'm like doing like a wrong tone or something, but like techniques and everything, there's something that's like you kind of wanna go like wanna go for a, but it's like something that you wanna go for a coach for, like a singing teacher in that case. I think like a better example though would be something like a gym. Like, why are you paying for gym membership when you can just exercise at home for free? A lot of the times it's to kind of force yourself. Now, if you want to force yourself to get better, that's a different take, and I can see the like why coaching is good in that sense. But like, usually you want to force yourself into like gym because that's good for you, like that's healthy. Getting from bronze to diamond, while that's good, I don't think that's a necessary part of your life. So if you have, I guess if you have $100 to spend and you choose to spend it on league coaching rather than like Genshin, sure, I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem though when it's like being advertised as like, you're gonna get diamond 100%, like you're gonna get diamond with this money, because a lot of the kids are just gonna like go for that because they're like, oh, I'm gonna get diamond, while they could get the exact same like coaching from just like any random YouTube video.
If it's a hobby that you just enjoy, it's not inherently useless. If it's just something that you want to get better at, maybe you want to learn something
Yeah, I
that
mean,
is present
you gotta
inside
get
the game,
better.
it's not useless.
You gotta
the
get
thing is that
better,
you're
and
doing
sometimes you
it
want to
with the
force
goal in
yourself
mind
into
to
that.
reach a certain point. I would agree with you to a certain degree. I don't think it's inherently useless. I do completely agree with you that nowadays it is predatory.
Yeah.
People buy
Yeah,
Google slots.
I agree.
So their sites appear on top. They do really
Exactly
scammy
what I
things.
said.
They
I
don't
agree.
vet people properly. Coaches
Yeah,
do not
yeah.
do a thorough enough job with
Exactly.
educational things.
Exactly.
And I obviously got into that drama where I called out Nice and tried to.
Yeah,
promote
I
other
thought
coaching
about
models,
I thought
which is
about
avoid.
Nice as well.
So I agree with you there. But I don't think that inherently saying that something is useless based on an arbitrary metric.
I mean, yeah, it's
or
not useless. It's not useless, to be fair. Yeah, yeah. I'm 100% jealous on this one. Like, if you're bronze and if you pay for diamond coaching, you're gonna get better. Yes, I agree. But it's predatory, first of all, because a lot of people are buying that for like insane amount of money because they think that, oh, I'm gonna get diamond immediately, while they could get this exact same information from YouTube videos, because a lot of these coaching sites are just basically repeating YouTube videos themselves. So I agree 100%. 100% I got
claiming
on
what
that
the
with the
person's
less.
value is out of the coaching makes any sense because it just doesn't.
I totally agree with you on the Masters thing.
Yeah.
Because me hitting Masters now means less than it. Like me hitting Masters a year ago is not the same like level of achievement. As
Yeah,
it was, like,
when you reach like masters and beyond that, that is probably the part when the YouTube videos are gonna be less useful and like you actually need the one-on-one. So yeah, I mean, I agree. I think like they agree as well on this point. It's like not even a hot take.
first came out.
Right, exactly.
Or a lower percentage of players were there.
It's not even a
for,
hot
like,
take.
The coaching, like when I say like the broad majority of people, like it's useless to them, it's because most people think that just by getting coached, they'll get better without like the proper mindset of I'm gonna go get coached in these particular things because I know I'm suffering in them, and they'll be able to guide me to a better understanding of like what my deficit.
Yeah, I feel like the issue is that like you get a lot of information from YouTube videos for free, but like a lot of the times people are like, but I cannot identify what is exactly my problem. However, when you're paying for these like coaching sites, they also won't do that. Like they're like not that good. Like those sites are not that good. They also won't do that. So you're not gonna get more out of from those because they're not gonna like pinpoint your mistakes like more than just watching a YouTube video. So yeah, if you find a good coach and if you have the money to pay for that, that's gonna be helping you out identifying your problems. It's just like for like 99%, it's not like those.
Are like people who go into that, like of course are always gonna be more successful.
Yeah.
But I think that because we both agree on it being predatory, like it's not pushed, it's not advertised that way. It's advertised.
Well, I think
come
they
pay
agree with
$250
this one.
From people, which is actually above Nice. But you know, unlike Nice, Max is actually both good at the game and highly articulate and like other stuff. So with
Yeah,
that,
I mean they agree
you
on
know,
this one, right? Okay, I'm skipping this. Let's watch
My name's
quickly the next one. At least hear the take before the draft.
And my topic point rather is that the game's health is sort of in dire straits, right? Because it's becoming harder and harder and harder for new players to get into the game.
How are these hot takes? These aren't these like the popular takes?
I guess I have had friends that I want to get into League.
Yeah,
and who
the
want to
new
play
player
League,
experience is
and
horrible.
I find it where it's like,
Wasn't just like now, like yesterday or sometime, the Reddit post about like some guy and it's like my girlfriend was trying to try out League of Legends and like after the tutorial her client just crashed. It was like all buggy. Isn't this like literally a thread right now? Isn't this literally a thread on the front page? Wasn't it? Was it removed? I swear I've seen this one like right now. Wait, was this removed here? Okay, I don't find it now, but it literally was front page yesterday. It was about a guy and his girlfriend was like, basically after the tutorial, the client bugged out and like she couldn't even like pick any champion she wants after the tutorial. So, I mean, yeah, this is a very normal, lukewarm, very cold take rather. This is like a frozen take at this point.
like I'm trying to tell them what to focus on or try to like give them advice on like, hey, you need to learn the items. So I wonder if Riot were to, in ranked specifically,
the tutorial is horrible.
Cap the amount of players or characters that are in it, or
that's the that's actually what I was thinking about as well. Okay, let's watch draft. And while we're watching draft, I'm gonna tell my point. That's literally word by word what I have been promoting in like a Discord servers and everything. Like this is my take as well. You know how like in like Hearthstone, like a lot of card games, there is like I think it's called like wild mode and standard mode. And wild mode is like every card is available, while on the standard is just like a limited amount of cards. This should have been with Riot and like League of Legends. That should have been the case with League of Legends. Obviously not in ranked, like I'm not talking about ranked here, but the new player experience. And they could have capitalized on this one so incredibly well with Arcane. The fact that they haven't done this for Arcane is just insane to me. They could have done like rotating champions for the new players because like yeah, there are a lot of champions. I agree that the new players should only be focusing on a few champs. They should have done this for Arcane. It was the best opportunity. For example, like during the Arcane's release, the only available champions are Arcane champs and maybe like, you know, a few other ones like the popular ones like Lux and all that, but like the Arcane champions are there. So whenever a new player joins the game, they're seeing the like the standard mode. If you are using like a Hearthstone terminology, they could like the default mode for the new players with the standard mode. So they see that's powder. They play powder and they don't have to be bothered by going up against like a Kalista or a Varus or someone. So I feel like that 100%. Yeah, this is also like a very cold take that they're having there because I feel like everyone agrees with this one. I mean, to be fair, those are Redditors, so everyone agrees with this one on Reddit, but like everyone agrees with this one even outside Reddit. So, or maybe I'm a Redditor, who knows. However, okay, draft, we have a Zed jungler for Citrus. Oh no, after that last game, Citrus picks up the Zed. Oh no. After that last game, oh no. I'm not sure if I'm trusting this. After the disaster class that Citrus had last game, they're gonna be having now the Zed jungle for him. A champ, man, if you're behind early, just GG. Don't you remember what Citrus did on the Nocturne earlier on? Oh no, this is absolute disaster for now. DFM couldn't win with like an absolute most OP draft ever last time. Why are we thinking that Citrus can win on the Zed? Or maybe I'm just not seeing the full picture. Maybe the issue was that Citrus have no idea how to play in a team. So now they're actually going full solo queue. Citrus does not need to communicate with the team. He just needs to do the Zed. Maybe that's the angle that DFM is going for. Maybe I was oblivious of their planning. I was just not familiar with the game. On the bot lane, on the bot side, is gonna be still a secret for both teams. There's gonna be a few bans here. Mostly targeting the supports for now. I'm also surprised that Nico was up and DFM went with the Cassante. Like, I don't know if Cassante is like that, like high prio. They probably should have just picked up the Nico beef. They probably should just pick up the Nico Beast 3 and then have like, I mean, Kai'Sa would have gotten banned then 100%, but they should have just then went for like, I don't even know, like maybe even the Caitlyn or something like that. I'm not sure why they went for the Cassante instead of the Nico. Game 1, I was like, there is no chance DFM losing that one because they are having absolute godly draft. This time around, I'm on the opposite side. I don't see how DFM is winning this one. Trundle was nerfed a little bit on this patch, but I mean, he has dropped in prio, but still has been picked quite a lot of times. I also don't like Marble's Jhin. I feel like it doesn't have the same type of hyper carriness as like he has, for example, on the Ezreal. Kai'Sa, by the way, was still up. I have zero idea why it's on the Kai'Sa angle for Marble. It should be the Kai'Sa angle for Kakun though. I feel like this is a... Or the Sivir. I mean, Sivir is also good actually. Sivir is not too bad, but like, again, I am just really skeptical about Citrus's Zed. I'm absolutely not trusting it after that game 1. And the Bard for Harp though. Oh my god, I can see it already. There's gonna be some anti-synergy there. The Bard just like ulting the targets for Zed. I can already see some anti-synergy happening here. Now what is SHG gonna be picking for Gen? Gen is not really that, you know, player who can pick up the Bard or Setru, so yeah, they're just gonna be an Alistar. I mean, that's not a good draft by either team, but I feel like that's a little bit worse for DFM. And when they couldn't win with like a super OP draft, I feel like this is just gonna be GG. Also, Fate had a pretty bad game, I think. Like every member had a bad game besides Marble, but Azir is his best champion, so hopefully at least on the Azir he can have a little bit of a shining performance this time around. Yeah, this is looking like a 2-0, chat. This is looking like a 2-0. After this game, we're gonna be finishing off the LS video though. I wanna finish that off this stream. For now though. As for now though, this is looking like a 2-0. Again, I just think that DFM, their form in the last game was way too bad for me to predict anything else than a 2-0 for SHG here.
To Summoner's Rift.
Fighting!
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Fighting!
Minions have spawned.
Alright guys. All right everyone. There we have it. Game 2. SHG up 1 game. I have no idea how on earth they won the game 1. I mean, I know how they won it. There was a lot of chain hinting from the DFM side. But with that being said, I feel like this is even more gonna be SHG favored here. Just looking at the draft, looking that Fate is now on his best champion. Well, I don't like Marble on the Jhin. I feel like that's not really his champion. He hasn't really been able to have those 1v9 performances on the Jhin so far. I still think that SHG just has everything else they need to close this out here. And most importantly, I just don't really trust in the Zed jungle by Citrus. As much as I like his name, and I know that's like kind of his style with like these aggressive champs. The thing that he did on the Nocturne is, I don't know, man. Maybe if he was protesting something and that's why he performed that, and I can understand the Zed pick here now, but I just don't really trust him. I don't really know. This is definitely looking like a even more STG favored game. Now let's see if DFM would be inting this time around in the first 10 minutes or not. Again, like I feel like that kind of like put a stamp on the game that made it way harder, way harder than it should have been. And in the end, that kind of costed the game. But maybe if the issue was the communication, maybe if just Citrus tried to communicate wherever he needs to go and others didn't follow, maybe the Zed is what is gonna be granting them the victory. Who knows? Maybe it actually is the Zed that's saving them. On the Zed, you don't need to talk with others. You just have to do your own thing. It's like with the carry junglers. So in that sense, I think I mean, I can see DFM winning because again, in these scrappy matches that we're having today, I can see any kind of permutation of which team wins which game. But normally, analytically, I feel like this is gonna be going for none other than SHG. Marble already gonna be kind of forcing out Kakun from the lane, and he himself is gonna be pretty healthy, so forcing Kakun to recall. Now Marble is probably gonna get some plates there on the bot side, which is, even though, again, I don't like his Jhin that much, still, Marble is the best performing member in this team. And the Jhin is not a bad champion by any means. Just not necessarily his style. Not necessarily that 1v9 champion. Well, Citrus already fighting Johan here. Gonna be stealing I think a few of the golems. But Citrus doing the same thing again, no way. There is no chance he does the same thing 2 games in a row. No, I cannot watch this. I'm closing my eyes. I'm closing my eyes. I cannot watch this. I cannot watch this, man. I cannot watch this. Citrus does the same thing again. There's no way. There is no chance, man. There is no way this is happening. He did the same thing in game 1. Randomly just hinting on the Nocturne. And I was, if I'm like extremely charitable to him, I was like maybe communication, and on the Zed, he doesn't have to communicate that much. He just has to go in. But no, he does the same thing again. He does the same thing. Just giving a random kill to Fate. What am I watching? What is happening? Okay, Abby. I'm gonna be having a bit of a trade with Ray Farkey. It's gonna be forced out, but I mean, Renekton is still pretty strong early game, so I don't really think he's gonna be having much trouble coming back there. I'm just shocked to see the Citrus's performance. Well, Arya also gonna be going down now. Yuan gets his first kill, and Fate gets even more gold under his name. Can this DFM win against the Chiefs? I mean, if they lose here, we're gonna be finding out next week. We're gonna be finding out what's happening there then. What is the real question? Can this team win against the Chiefs? Like, is Citrus even better than why not? Like, what I'm seeing is insane. I'm speechless. Like, a lot of the times I'm just silent because I'm literally speechless. There is nothing I can say besides just repeating the same thing. Now there's a DFM going to top. Arya tried to help, but only thing that he achieves is just a marble. Oh wait, marble? I mean, he sees at least one of the recalls. Okay, marble on marble is not getting caught out there. What happened here? Oh, that's the shuffle. Yeah, that was very nice by Fate. That was very nice by Fate. Good one. SHG looking a little bit more cohesive in game 2. I mean, even in game 1, like, they were not bad. SHG played fine in game 1. This was more just the fact that I didn't like their draft. So I kept flaming them, but I mean, they played fine. Like, SHG looking the better team, no questions about that. And by being the better team, I feel like they should be in playoffs. Again, there's 2 teams who are not making it to playoffs from the low group. And one of them is probably gonna be Chiefs. Other one, I mean, it would be very funny if that other one is PSG, but PSG versus DFM is, I mean, we'll see who comes out victorious from that. But nonetheless, SHG is at least looking like that might be the stronger team in this low group now that Vikings is out. They might be able to beat PSG as, I mean, Fate trying to get some trade here, but at least it's way too much power from the DFM members. They'll be taking down Fate. On the final, there is gonna be 1 kill for the Zed. He's pretty behind still in the early game. With the Zed, if you're not getting super ahead, then it's kind of gonna be used as like on most carry junglers. But especially the Zed, kind of similar as Zyra. Though Zyra has at least like some CC. The Zed doesn't really have much, just the damage. So basically, you just have to carry. You just have to carry. And the game has not started well for the poor Zed. But nonetheless, at least there is 1 kill now for DFM2. At least they're gonna be on the scoreboard. Even though, I mean, that was just a pretty normal gang, but nonetheless, that's what I can do with that. Well, SHG gonna be picking up their first dragon here. Are we seeing any real gank here? It doesn't seem like so. I mean, Fate doesn't have ultimate. I don't think they're gonna be going for Aura here. He should be safe. Even if low, he's probably safe. But on the top side, the Cassandra is having the lead, which is a little weird to see. Usually, the Renekton is able to at least win the lane against the Cassandra. So it's a bit weird to see, but again, I just like SHG's comp is definitely gonna be bringing in the victory in the end. And now with Johan coming to the top side, coming to the gang, there's gonna be the pillar, there's gonna be the slow, there's gonna be the stun. But this is a pretty tanky guy there. They still haven't invested in too much, so it's just a normal gang there again. The dragons are pretty late today. Even though the PSG game, they were pretty late. I don't even know if we have seen a soul today. I might not even have been one single soul. Yeah, Arya flash out. There is a flash out from the Talia. And again, SHG didn't need to invest in too much to get a flash down, so Arya is gonna be in a bit of trouble coming into the next gank here. There's not that many objectives to play for now. However, DFM at a pretty dangerous position to be in. And there's a fight happening already. They're gonna be disengaging for now. At least they got down Abby's teleport. But they're just gonna be cleaning up the jungle. Val, Cassante, that's pretty tanky. It's not true. Wait, Fate? Can I get a replay? What happened there? I was just saying that like this is the best champion. I can set up the success there. What happened there? How did DFM get any kills out of this fight? Oh, the Bard! Oh, the Bard! Oh, that was a panic ultimate from Fate, but Harp still got it. I mean, to be fair, I kept saying this as well. Well, that has been my position throughout the whole year. That probably Harp is the best player from DFM. Whenever he's on some fun champions like the Bard, he is always carrying. I'm a little afraid of like some anti-synergy here with the Zed, but overall, Harp is definitely probably the brightest spot of DFM. I was even joking with like the previous SHG comp that just like if Harp joined SHG, they probably would be a much better team. And to be fair, again, hasn't really had like super horrible mistakes since then. And the whole team is just looking worse and worse. But like, at least at the start of the year, it looked like that the jungle and support were the weakest position for SHG. While as for DFM, their ADC was always like swapping around. This is like very weird. But I always felt like that Harp is still always pretty good. And another nice ultimate from Harp. I cannot praise this guy enough. Jesus Christ. Harp MVP. Those Bard ultimates are actually absolutely on point. This guy's a monster. Alright. DFM gonna be getting the Herald as well, it seems like. I swear. C3 started this pretty badly this game, but I mean Harp. This guy literally might just be saving DFM series here. Again, okay, now that's a bit of an in. I just said that it has been a while since he had like super bad games, but a bit of an in from him. Well, Abby also gonna be caught here. He's not gonna be going down, but ultimate had been popped. Okay, DFM wins this one. Harp MVP. Just like how Marble was the MVP for the last game, I think, from SHG. Like a very obvious MVP. It has to be Harp in this case. As now, Fate was targeted, but he's not going down. However, Johan. He also had to pop the ultimate to get out here. But he is gonna be out in the end. But Harp, another ultimate. They at least stopped Abby for a while. But I'm not sure what else can they do here. Abby It's gonna be down. Citrus the first one falling, but Marble is gonna be dealing the shots. Harp is almost dead here. It's only a 1-for-1 trade in the end. It's really weird. It's really weird to watch this game. The champions' general power levels and even a gold just doesn't matter. It's only, every single fight is only about who has the better execution. But I mean, Citrus is back, you know. Thanks to the help of Harp, Citrus is gonna be back now. That's gonna be getting to the point when it's gonna be a little fat Zed here. So well done there. Harp saving Citrus here again. Harp is just doing everything. Harp is really just doing everything in the end. What a guy. Again, if somehow DFM wins this game, it has to be him as the MVP. I know usually supports don't get MVPs, but this guy is just so insane. I haven't praised him that much in game 1. But I mean, I was just too occupied with the fact that they lost to that draft. But to be fair, again, no hate to Harp. I mean, he's doing what he can to support. It's not DFM ambushing SHG. But they could not take down a single member. And Refark is gonna be already pretty low here, out of the fight. And Harp, starting favor now. But unfortunately couldn't really get much from that. I mean, there is gonna be the Talia setup here. It is also gonna be pretty low. Abby jumping in. That Renekton is gotta be pretty strong with the stun, but there's no follow-up here. And Abby is just gonna be dying in the end. That's another kill for Citrus. That's just another kill for him. He actually, you know what, at this point, he's back. It doesn't matter what happened early game. Citrus is back. And this guy now, he has the chance to carry on the Zed. They're also going to be getting the first dragon here. And I'm, again, not sure if we're going to be seeing necessarily. I'm going to see necessarily eventually a soul. No, not really a soul-heavy game today. But nonetheless, it is still... I just love to see a good bard. But at this point on, I feel like that is gonna be the main focal point of this fight. Absolutely online here. Those ultimates can definitely take down members from SHG. I don't know why Abby went in there. There are these like very weird mistakes from both teams, but this time around it was SHG. I don't know why he went in there. Like every member was just like basically dead from SHG. Wait, how's... I mean, I get that, like, Bard has the poke and everything, but... the Bard damage is pretty high. Okay, Abby was kind of hinting here. How did he get here? What? Okay, I literally... Game 1, I was like, there is no chance that DFM loses that one with that draft they lost. Here, I was like, there is no chance that SHG loses... because, again, like Citrus Zed is like pretty easy to shut down, and he had the break performance, and they even shut down the Zed earlier on. I was like, there is no chance that DFM wins this one. They're looking to win this. Wherever they're playing, just expect the unexpected. After the draft, whatever your thoughts are, exact opposite is gonna be happening. That is my assessment of what's happening here. Just the exact opposite of what you're expecting. And if we get a game 3, I just hope we see some Pyke or something like that. Just give Harp more agency. Whenever he has the agency, he can come back from any disadvantages. He is... I feel like he is the player that DFM should focus on. Just give him these supports that he can do things on. Last game on the Braum, he was not really able to do too much. But this time around, was he playing the Braum? Oh, I don't even remember. I think he was playing the Braum. But he couldn't do too much. But now on the board, he is shining bright. Because now, next objective should be the Otacon. Any team would wanna go for that. That's how SHG won the last game. The sneaky little Otacon that the DFM was not expecting. Is it happening now? I feel there's gonna be a pick soon. They really wanna fight it. And whichever teams wins that one, the Otacon is gonna be up and available for them. Again, getting pretty low here. But a Talia knockback. That was nice from Arya. And ultimate gonna be fighting to again. Okay, the Q is gonna be missing to Johan. I'm allowing that. I'm allowing that. After all the things that Harp has done, I'm allowing that. Oh! Arya! Or Arya gonna be logged in there to the terrain, but no one dies. After all that, still no one dies. If Harp hit that 1Q, that was like, okay, first mistake. If he hit that 1Q, they can still take down Johan. Okay, Johan is the one inting now. I guess the junglers are changing inting. He's the one who's in the inting state, and now this should just mean the Otacon for DFM. We're going to games 3, baby. We're going to games 3. That should be an easy Otacon. Also a turret there. Would be their third one. DFM is having a pretty comfortable lead now. And they're gonna be exchanging the threats. But DFM is obviously gonna be coming out victorious from this. Getting a few kills and getting the Otacon to their name this time around. Alright, DFM. Whenever I think in draft is opposites happening, I'm gonna keep this in mind whenever game 3 happens. But I mean, to be fair, they still have to finish out this game. But the thing that I was most worried of is what happens when Citrus gets behind. Thankfully, that was not so behind that it's not comebackable, and he is absolutely online now. He is absolutely online. Because now there's gonna be TP to the mid lane. SHG, you're running out of time. You're running out of time here. The dragon is spawning. I don't think we're still gonna see Soul. However, there still should be a fight here happening soon. Ultimate available for Harp. That is the thing we're looking for. And another ultimate by Harp. It's not gonna be followed up for now. But as the fight is delayed on the middle side of the map. And by Rayfark jumping in. SHG members are gonna be falling one by one. Marble is dead. And Abby is the next one who gets caught up. Okay. Oh, Arya got a little close there to death, but he's also gonna be surviving. And there is gonna be now a free dragon for DFM. How on earth are they winning this? I mean, I'm just speechless. After I've seen Citrus just inting at like 6 minutes or something, going to the enemy jungle just to die. After I seen that one, I was like, yep, this is a 2-0. This seems to be a 2-0. But somehow they're back. And that somehow is because of Harp. That ultimate was not necessarily the reason they won this one, but nonetheless, I mean, again, I feel like this guy just deserves MVP. It's a little bit early to talk about MVP, to be fair. How many even if they win this one, there's gonna be another game, but for now, DFM absolutely just murdering SHG. I love the fact that Harp is up there in damage with the others. That's what I wanna see. I wanna see the Bard, I wanna see the Pike. I wanna see this kind of support because again, this guy. Hello Gustavo, hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream as DFM gonna be cleaning up SHG. They should be taking the Baron after that as well, but this fight is over. Abby forced to. And now every single DFM member is gonna be having a lead now. Johan as well, going down. The Trundle has been nerfed, and it seems like he's not the monster that he used to be on the previous patches. Baron secured. And DFM is not gonna be losing 2 games in a row. They're not gonna be just giving up after a disastrous game 1. They're coming back strong. They're coming back strong here. They're gonna get everything on the map they can. And I mean, they can potentially go for soul point here too in 3 minutes, but I don't think they're gonna be seeing a soul. But if we do, I mean, Cassante is gonna be scaling, Stevie are gonna be scaling. So I mean, even if the game goes late, I feel like DFM would be happy with that. Oh my god. What is this from SHG? What is this from SHG? What happened? I just want to see both of these teams against PSG at this point. I am really curious to see how these 2 teams go up against PSG. Because every single team that we have watched today, they were all pretty scrappy. I'm not gonna lie, all of these 4 teams in the lower bracket, like the lower group, all of these 4 teams are not the best, is all I'm saying. They're not the best. However, I would love to see where PSG stands among them. As DFM, knocking on the base, Baron Power minions still available for 1.5 minutes. And they looking like, I don't think they can end this now. Both of them might have a chance against PSG. Yeah, I mean, I wanna see the PSG match against these 2. I just cannot wrap my head around what's happening. I just have no idea. DFM just gonna be ending the game here. They don't wanna leave it to a later fight. They don't wanna go on for any longer. And we are at least gonna be getting a game 3. No time. There is no chance to get a 4-game day. No. We're going to game 3! Oh. You love to see that. All 4 bottom teams still on lever. I feel like Chiefs are worse still. Chiefs are very much the worst team. But yeah, I mean, PSG looked really bad against them, so I don't know, maybe there's a chance that PSG would be losing to either DFM or SHG. There's at least 1 game 3. And you know what that means, chat? You know what that means? 1 game 3 means more time for us. And you know what that means? More time for us means that you can watch the LS video. We're gonna be watching the LS video, yes. We're gonna be watching the LS video. That has been the team... Oops, that was my camera microphone, sorry. That has been the team for today. Let's finish up this video. Let's finish up this video while we're waiting for the next game to start.
For an entire...
So this take was about basically the new players have a horrible experience, and I don't know why this is a hot take. I feel like everyone agrees with this one. The new player experience in League of Legends just horrible. Not even just because of the Smurfs, but like the client is in shambles. The tutorial doesn't teach you anything. It's just bad. It's really bad. There are way too many champions to learn every single one of them. It's really bad. And I don't know why it's a hot take.
Season where it's like, hey, we're gonna axe these 100 champions, and so these 68 whatever
and the guy is having the same take as I have, which is like League also should have like a standard mode as like in Hearthstone, like not all the champs available, but like having like seasonal champions, and they could tie this into season so well. Like you have the Spirit Blossom, the same thing what the 1v1s did in LCP. Imagine if there was a mode for the new players where only the Spirit Blossom champions are available. And you can like advertise skins with that one. Like players would buy, like new players would buy more skins for the the Spirit Blossom champions as well. You could have like bundles, you can have like discounts on those skins. This is like such like a massive opportunity, and I think Arcane should have been the thing that they do this for. They didn't, but like even for the seasons, I really feel like that it should be something that they do.
Going to be for the entire ranked season this meta of champions. Would that even
Now,
work?
I don't agree with the rank one. I feel like rank should be left as it is, but for the new players, like the normal game mode should be like the standard mode.
So the argument of making the game more approachable for new players, you're specifically saying Summoner's Rift, while not acknowledging that there's other game modes that exist to help new players.
Yeah, but like ARM is the worst to help new players because you get random champions who you don't know against random champions who don't know. So ARM would be the worst for new players.
In the game. When I first started playing League of Legends, I know Jace was out, so that was champion number 100. And I think at this current point in time, we're 170. Riot's answer to this is, in addition to the WSD movement, Brawl. Brawl is an 8-minute game mode. Or it's
But like,
and
oh yeah,
much like
Brawl
if
is
you
gonna
play
be for new
trading card
players.
games or something, and you get to experience a new set. If you do it
Yeah.
in a draft format,
Oh.
you see all the cards.
Oh,
games
he's
are just
saying the
going,
same
you're
thing.
cycling, everyone has different decks, etc. You're seeing everything. Brawl is a really good stepping
Well, he's saying the same thing as I did with like the standard like Hearthstone and other card games.
stone to Summoner's Rift, where I agree with you in Summoner's Rift, you might see the same few
I
champions
feel like there
over and
still
over
should be like a Summoner's Rift mode, just limited champs.
like Pokemon, you know, and there were no, I mean, there's guides and stuff, but that requires a lot of time. So Brawl is a really good stepping stone. Arena is a good stepping stone. That's intentionally why these things are there.
But the champs
That's
should
why
be
they're being
limited.
made.
Right.
Champs should be limited
And that's why
100%.
WSD is coming in. And I think that's also why Wild Rift was partly made. Riot is trying to find ways that acknowledge that people don't have a lot of time and acknowledge that the game is very overwhelming with the barrier to entry.
Yes.
And they're trying to make ways that
But it's
you
not a
can
hot
play
take.
with friends, even if you don't know anything, and the game mode's fast and fun.
No, I definitely
This is not a
see
hot
that
take, though.
Those game modes are specifically built for that. I guess more like, so in that scenario of like, hey, if they tried that, where like,
But like even if you go to Brawl, even if you go to like sorry, but even if you go to Brawl, even if you go to Arena, which Arena is like really complicated for a new player, I think. But like even if you go to Brawl, that's like you're still gonna be going up against like 170 something champions. That's why the standard mode should be much better. Also like having some familiarity. That's why I said my Arcane example, because like just having familiarity is insane. Like you see something on the enemy team who you've never seen beforehand. That's gotta be a little foreign for people. But if you see Ambessa on the enemy team who you just seen from your favorite show Arcane, at least you're gonna have some idea what she does. Like, okay, she has chains and she can do this. So you're gonna have some idea what she does. That's why I think that Arcane would have been the perfect example for that. They can still do this for like whatever show comes next. But yeah, this champs 100% should be limited for new players, I think.
craft a meta for a season and take like 70 champions just out of the game,
Yu-Gi-Oh!
specifically in ranked.
Yeah, it's like a very common thing in all the card games. I said Hearthstone as an example, but like any card game is a very, very, very like common thing because there's like millions of cards.
And so, are you gonna make a a concession where, okay, well, Lux, Yasuo, Ezreal, these champions must always be
These
in the
one
team.
tricks only say,
Yeah,
but everyone has a one trick.
right.
Yeah, I feel like the popular champions should be always in the standard mode. Like Yasuo, Jinx, like those champions should always be there. There should be like some rotations, but like at max 50 champions. Even that one is like a little too much. But yeah, for new players, there 100% should be less champions.
Every champion has a one trick, so that wouldn't be.
And I already know, like one of the
conversations that I didn't have with
things
Riot,
that the people say as like a counterpoint to that is, what if someone saw like a picture of I don't even know, like Jace, and they're like, I want to play that champion. And if they log into the game and Jace is not available, they're gonna be like, I don't care about this game anymore. But I feel like those people would be way less than the people, and also that's why I said that like if there is any popular thing like Arcane, then make those champions available. But if there is like someone who's seen like Kassadin or something, who's like not in Arcane and come into the game and they're like, Kassadin is not here, I don't want to play this. I still feel like that's just way less people than those new players who come in here and they just want to see less champions. They don't care about which champion is it. Just like they want to see less. And also even the tutorial is not giving you all the champions already. So I don't know. It's earlier on the model that like you earn your way into a champion with like the blue essence, or like, was it always, it was like IE at first, right? Or IP or whatever. Like the way that you like earn your way to the champion is definitely novel, and that's how league started. But I feel like they need to change that model because it is just there's too many. You have to make sacrifices.
Internally or privately, is one of the suggestions that to cause viewership to be different, they could do sealed formats across regions. So NA could be given this pool of 100 champions, Europe's given this pool,
Oh,
given
no.
this pool. Makes
No.
every region look different.
Okay.
And then there's
No,
the world
LS, no, LS, no.
tournament, which everyone's given the same pool. That's a
Right.
different argument to
No,
Iron
no,
Man.
no,
It's
no, no.
different. And again, this is a
No, imagine the region that gets like y'all, like I don't know, Aussier over the others. No.
alteration off of
No,
card
no,
game
no.
formats
Right.
that exist.
Right. So it wouldn't be
Sealed
in,
draft.
it wouldn't be in addition to Iron Man. It would be replacing Iron Man.
It would
with
be an
that
alternative.
instead. Thank you so much.
I have no idea what LS is talking about at the end. My idea is just like make a standard mode for new players, like in a card game. That's it. This is not a hot take. That's like one thing, by the way. Obviously, the client needs to be fixed because the client is horrible. Like there's just so many clutter around as well. Like if you just open up League of Legends, there's like 5 tabs. Like buy this gotcha quests. This absolute like horrible. For example, I'm a Genshin Shield. Let me yap. I'm a Genshin Shield. And recently, I mean, like a year ago, I made a new account in Genshin because I wanted to have a Chinese account as well. So I made a new account in the Chinese server. And ever since then, I have been like replaying Genshin in a way. And something I noticed is, and this is true for like every single gacha game and like also most games in general, when you start a game, but especially Genshin, I think Genshin did a really good job with this. You start a game, you choose your character, you go in Mondstadt, and it's like there's a way to go to the city, to the Mondstadt city. And it's like, you cannot wish, you cannot join co-op, you cannot do quests, you don't have dailies, you don't have anything. Just go there, do this mission. And it's like very straightforward. It's like, there is the argument that, oh, but what if the player would wanna play a certain champion and they would be mad that the certain champion is not part of this standard mode? What if that's the reason they would leave the game? But that's like such a small percentage, in my opinion, compared to all the other new players who are after Arcane came into League, they jumped into the game, and what is seen was like, I'm playing Jinx and going up against a bunch of champions who they never heard of. They don't even know that, for example, against Jinx, there is like this little dragon who looks weak earlier on, but as soon as he hits 225, he's gonna be unstoppable. Like, how would you know that? You know? That is the main issue. And of course, if someone is very dedicated, they can learn eventually, like all the champs. And it's kind of crazy that I and all of you guys know 170 different champions with their names, with their abilities. It's kind of crazy that we have brain for that. But nonetheless, you know what I mean? It's like, for the new players, they have to make very, very bare bones mode of League of Legends. And I feel like the people who are like deteriorated, like people who are not gonna be playing this because they don't have their champion who they came League into, that's way smaller than the ones who are just gonna be overwhelmed by this current system. And again, every single game does this. I made a new account in Genshin. I wanted to play, I don't know, like I made a new account in Genshin. I would have loved to have all my characters and go to Inazuma and do this and do that and have my daily missions and like, but I cannot. I have to reach like in Genshin it's like adventure rank 16 usually when these are unlocked. But like I had to reach that one even for cope. You have to reach level like AR 16, which is, I mean, it takes like a few days, but still you have to reach that. And you like just make sure not to overwhelm the new players. Have just one feature per day, basically. If you do that, I feel like that's a much better new player experience because the freedom that all the champions give you, that's gotta be absolutely not as good of a like system for new players as just like limiting. Yeah, what was I? Yeah, basically TLDR. the people who would want to play a specific champion are less than who are just overwhelmed by all the champions. So you have to make sacrifices. I mean, I agree with the guy's take, but like I have no idea what Alice said at the end about the different patches across the regions. Like, I have zero idea what was that about. It was so random. Alice has selected a debate. Wait, Alice has selected to debate the topic of discernibility to rob the discernibility. He uses that word a lot actually, but I have still no idea what it means.
The topic that I do want to talk about is one of the main things that I argue about with Twitter all the time, or just anyone in general.
He uses the word all the time, but I still don't know what it means.
People don't have discernibility.
What is that? Most people don't have the discernibility to tell difference. Like insight or what? Okay, we're gonna watch the draft, but like discernibility meaning. We're gonna watch the draft. Able to perceive by a sense such as sight or smell or by the mind. Yeah. Yeah, just don't know what? Well, never mind. Let's watch the draft. We're gonna be finishing this video after this game. Okay. Let's watch this draft now. And there you go. Okay. One more game. The winner gonna be facing PSG. And honestly, I have no idea what to predict for that game because PSG, SHG, and DFM all looked bad, but like kind of bad in the similar level. Citrus had like pretty insane. So if DFM wins, then I don't know. But like Karsa also wins. So I don't even know. I don't even know if Citrus goes up against Karsa, who wins that one. So, and the same goes for SHG. Like Fate had weird ins, but Maple also. I have zero idea how that match would go. However, DFM starting off strong here. The Scion Senna. Chat, we are going late. Not only we're gonna be having 3 games on this match, but we are going late here. SHG would need some early comp. People don't. There's a Rel. I don't know why Asian teams don't like the Lucian Milio or like the Lucian Nami. I feel like a Milio here would have been insane. Like just the fact that you can cleanse both the Senna stun and the Scion stun. Milio would have been much better, but Asian teams just don't play the Milio somehow. Nonetheless, there's gonna be still the vibe. A little bit of a stun bot here. Already picking up the Aurora on the DFM set for Arya. This draft so far is so incredibly better for DFM. I cannot emphasize how much better this draft is now. And if game 1 and 2 are anything to go by, then whoever has the better draft is gonna be losing the game. So right now, because DFM has the better draft, I think SHG would be winning this game. That is my official prediction. I don't know the logic behind that, but it just keeps happening. It just keeps happening. Better draft means somehow you're inting more and losing. I don't try the rules. Those are just rules of the world. There's Oriban. I mean, Ori hasn't really been that popular, but I guess like for games 3 now. And Aurora is also having picked, so those are some pretty good bans from DFM. I mean, DFM so far has basically had... Okay, the game 2 draft is kind of meh. But game 1, they had a much better draft. They just somehow inted. I have no idea how. This time around as well, they're kind of gapping the draft. We'll see how they're finishing this off. Bot lane, as per usual, still up for grabs. Oh, sorry, there's Senna. I'm stupid. Nautilus is banned. Who else is good for Senna? Harp. I want some fun stuff. Harp with the Harp. Actually, the Pike would be pretty fun here. Wait a second. Am I crazy, chat? Pike would be fun here, right? Wait a second. So, Talon? Wait a second. I was not necessarily happy when I seen Citrus playing the Zed, and he also inted early game on, but Harp made the game playable again, and whenever the Zed was getting actually fed, to be fair, Citrus played well the carry junglers, so now he's gonna be on the Talon jungle. Okay, meanwhile, Abby gonna be on the Mordekaiser, and Fate is gonna be on the Victor. So they have some scaling with the Victor as well, but obviously the DFM scaling is much, much better. Tom Kench might be good here. Tom Kench actually might be good here, also helping out the Talon. But the Blitzcrank! Alright! Okay, Harp is gonna be pulling out one of the other fun champions after his amazing performance on the Bard. Now he's gonna be going on to the Blitzcrank. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, this is a really good comp from DFM. I'm loving this. And because so far every single time I like a draft, the team lost, I'm gonna be predicting SHG to win this one. Anytime I thought that the DFM drafts is better and there is no chance that they're losing, they lost. So I'm gonna learn from my mistakes. And this time around, despite a better draft for DFM, I'm gonna be predicting SHG. A spicy drop though. I can appreciate it. Alright, DFM. I mean, that is something I can appreciate with DFM, because SHG is not really cooking at all. They're kind of like a more boring team, I would say. I mean, Abby sometimes had like fun stuff, like he was really good on the Yorick, he is playing on the Mordekaiser. Like, there are fun stuff. However, with all that being said, I still think that SHG is a little less creative team as DFM is, especially Harp. Harp is a very, very creative player. And I mean, Citrus as well, he's like a carry jungler, even though he ints sometimes, that's like his style, so you know what, let's go for that. But the Mordekaiser for Abby. Obviously the plan is to... Oh, there we go. Obviously the plan is to single out the Senna. But my issue is that like DFM has a ton of carries. Obviously the Talon as well. Aurora obviously pretty strong. And the Senna just wanna keep stacking. So I feel like unless DFM is really just only gonna be having one lane that's winning, then the Mordekaiser is, even though if he picks someone up, then that wouldn't necessarily be that bad for DFM. I see the volume Mordekaiser, I'm not saying it's a bad pick, but I don't know if it's enough.
Minions have spawned.
Together with the Vido and the Victor little field as well, they can at least like get out at least 2 people from the fight. So maybe that's enough. I'm not saying SHG is absolutely horrible in this draft. This is not as much of a draft gap as game 1 was. I still think that was the most egregious. However, I still think that DFM is kind of playing more for their style now. Game 2 as well, they looked a little bit more confident after the early game. And Harp being on this messy playmaker once again is something I absolutely love to see. So with that being said, I think that it's gonna be a little bit DFM favored. But again, like if the previous games aren't anything to go by, it doesn't matter who has the better draft, it doesn't matter who is more favored, because it is just gonna come down to execution, and execution for these teams are absolutely random. Nonetheless, I would love to see DFM finally pick up a victory against the team not named Chiefs. Because so far... Oh, wait a second. Before I go on with my monologue, there's a little bit of engage coming in from SHG. But Kakun and Harp, they have withstanded pretty well. Yeah, so far DFM has only... For this entire year, DFM were only able to beat one single team in the LCP, that being Chiefs. And for the entirety of this year, SHG were able to beat only two teams, DFM and Chiefs. So every single time DFM won against Chiefs, and every single time SHG won against DFM and Chiefs. That is like the ranking that we had. However, this might be the first time that things are changing, as the first blood goes to Citrus. And again, This guy had some saucy moments, but when he is ahead, if he is put ahead on the Z, he had a good performance. So if the Stallion is now ahead, the Stallion can able to get even more gold in the upcoming minutes, then I can absolutely see a DFM victory here. I love this drafting though. Just draft for the players. Just draft what they want. Game 1, they had an absolute OP draft, but DFM looked uncomfortable on that. And that caused them the game. Now this is a little bit weirder draft, but all the players seems to be loving this champion, seems to be more confident. And so far, Citrus is set up to good things. This is the last game for today and the last game for this week. After this one, we're gonna be seeing the bracket, how that one goes. The lower group, I'm gonna be honest, the lower group definitely seems lower. There is a very, very big difference between PSG and Vikings, as you could see on Friday. So the lower group matches are gonna be always a little lower quality. But nonetheless, I mean, I can appreciate DFM bringing in some heat, some spice into the mix. I always love to see that one. The PSG Chiefs match was not necessarily the most interesting in draft-wise. But this is definitely getting there. Game 2 and Game 3 are definitely fun to watch. Even though a lot of the ints are causing me physical pain. Whenever I see the draft, at least, I'm kind of hyped. Well, obviously, as per usual, swap happening at 5 minutes. But, oh, wait a second. Gan is gonna be called out here. Oh, he's already out. He's already out before Lucian arrives. I forgot which one was that, but like I remember a game and Harp just like was not missing a single Blitzcrank Q. I think that might have been split 2 or something. But Harp has played the Blitzcrank beforehand and he was incredibly good on the Blitzcrank. If DFM wins this game, I really hope Harp gets the MVP. I mean, I guess we have to see how he performs in this one, but for now, it does feel like to me that Harp is on the way to the MVP. I always love to watch this guy, even back in the old DFM. I feel like he's just a really nice addition. He's also like has very good interviews and all that. His Japanese is pretty good. He's always giving interviews in Japanese. So definitely would love to see more from this guy now. And I love to see that he's not going for the Leon and all that, but last game he picked the Bard. This time around he picks up the Blitzcrank because he's gonna be going for Marble now. Immediately gonna be forcing out the teleport for Gan. But again, that's like the new tech, the spellbook support. So there's not that much. Gan is just gonna be swapping out that to the heal, it seems like. So this TP was not necessarily that important. As for the other lanes, they're doing well. Citrus is definitely having a better game than the previous 2, which is not a high bar. But I mean still, I don't want to flame this guy for now. He has definitely been pretty good on this talent for that one play that we have seen. And Harp is really making sure that Lucian cannot play this game. Lucian has a bunch of CS, but that's because the Cocoon went back and also because they were the first to the swap, I think, as far as I remember. So he's gonna have more CS for now. But nonetheless, whenever Harp is also around, they're gonna be extremely up and ahead, and there is Talon coming in. Talon can jump up, insane gank potential. Q is also hitting, and there's gonna be Harp with the kill. You know what? I mean, Blitzcrank usually take the kills. I take that. Blitzcrank is a champion, you know, like when, I mean, he doesn't have Aldrich yet, but level 6 Blitzcrank, you know the drill. You're like, your little Thunderbolts. Oh, accidentally stole the kill. Whoops, sorry. They just had the Blitzcranks go. As Johan being on the bush, wasting a little bit of a time. DFM is not going to be that aggressive to go for that. Well, it seems to be there is the alt pop by Fate. Going to be cutting up the minions. They're going to be forcing Arya back. But not much more than that. Well, SHG going to be picking up the grubs. as Talon is not around. This is probably gonna be 3 grubs for SHG. There's not that many players here who could interfere with this. But swap gonna be restored. Sion going to the top side, and they're even gonna be leaving 1 grub up, it seems like. I'm not sure if that's because they wanna catch up to the dragon or not. It seems like that Johan would just rather go for the camps. I don't really know why he gave up the last one. I mean, I know that like 2 grubs is the main thing. Like you wanna get your feet up, you wanna get the mites and all that. Or do you even get mites? I think I forgot how was the change. You don't get mites anymore with 2, right? It just you give you the objective feet, but not the grubs. Or not the grubs, like the mites. Those names. Yeah, I'm not sure why he left the last one there. I feel like he still had time. Maybe if he immediately went to the dragon, I would have understood it more, but... I mean, nonetheless, they're still gonna be DFM with the dragon now. The potential... I mean, they obviously would wanna stack the dragons. They have Sion, they have Senna. If the game goes on to the soul, and if they get the soul, that means that they have survived until that point, and there's an extra power for their already late comp. But however, Cocoon might be going down in here, as there's gonna be a gank coming in from Johan. Not much to do here. He's falling down. The question I have is, what can DFM get in return? There is not much that either of them could do here. But now Johan... I mean, Citrus, what are you gonna do in reply to Johan now? I'm gonna be picking up this 1 grub. Okay, alright. No, that's fine. He had very... Jesus Christ. I may even lose the Mabo West to that. Nonetheless, Citrus had very saucy moments. Again, game 1 and 2. I thought that he lost both of them. And I mean, he did game 1. However, this time around, this is not the case. This time around, this is absolutely not the case. Citrus is actually just scaling, basically, in this series. Game 1 was horrible from him throughout the entire game. Game 2 was like, he started pretty bad in the early game. But then thanks to Harp, he was able to come back. And after that, he was playing well. And now, he's just playing well from early game. Citrus has literally been scaling towards his entirety and towards his... In the entirety of the series. Why was it such a hard word to say? I'm getting tired, guys. I'm getting tired. I also need to save my voice. There's gonna be Gamescom next week. I have a lot of recording to do there. Harp! He cannot miss! He cannot miss! This guy! Oh. I mean, he did not miss. I was not wrong. He did not miss. Cocoon, though, was not familiar with the illusion damage. Okay, this is a scrappy game again. Oh, this is a scrappy game again. What is the stack count? 31 stacks is not too bad though for Cocoon. 31 is pretty good. At least he's like alright with the stack department. Or is it not? I mean, is it good? Has now the static. Sorry. I feel like he can get 100 towards the soul fight. But Citrus is just everywhere on the map. Citrus is just everywhere. I think I need to write a formal apology to Citrus. I just was not familiar with his game. I mean, I always had this game theory that the reason he was so bad on the Nocturne is because you have to communicate with your team. On Nocturne, you have to like communicate like when should I go in, like when is the Oriana ball coming, etc. He had to communicate. But as for the Talon and the Zed, he doesn't need to communicate. Like, he's the one who's dictating the game. I mean, he and the Blitzcrank. So maybe that's what Citrus needs. Just a champ, but he doesn't need to communicate with anyone. He is on his own. He's on his own to carry. And now, Hardo, finding the Q once again. Cocoon is gonna be around. The stun is not gonna be hitting, but there's gonna be the Aurora ultimate. He's gonna be slowing down again. Not enough for the kill for now. But Harp is still going strong. Harp should be getting this now. Never mind, Citrus gets this one. DFM aggressive. I like to see that one. Fair versus DFM in game 1. If DFM plays like this game 1 with the draft they're having, they had like the draft Nirvana in game 1. They had Rumble. What was the team? Like they had Rumble, Nocturne, Oriana. And like, I forgot the bot lane, but like Rumble, Nocturne, Oriana should alone be enough to win you the game. They had the draft Nirvana in game 1 and they lost somehow. If they were this aggressive in that way, like actually coordinated aggressiveness and not just like Citrus going in all alone. If they had this coordination in game 1, they literally just easily win this series 2-0. I have no idea what happened after. I have no idea what Pez is doing to them. Maybe Pez brought out the belt after game 1. Who knows? But this is an entirely different DFM. This DFM is extremely more clean. I mean, I would say this DFM is like 10 times more clean than the one in game 1, but 0 times 10 is still 0, so I'm just not be saying that it's much more clean. Infinitely more clean DFM than what we have seen beforehand. And again, not the fastest dragons technically, but like it's still pretty fast second dragon for them. Unfortunately, they're gonna be greeted with a Chemtech Soul, which is not the greatest, but still, this is something they can play for. And I guess like Chemtech is like fine for the Scion, right? Chemtech is like actually not too bad on the Scion. Like you wanna send in your Scion, it's just like go in Scion. He's gonna go under 50 health. He's gonna go there. He's gonna do more damage as well. I guess it's like not even that bad. I never give a Scion. But DFM is just controlling this game for now. Which is, again, if you were here on the stream watching game 1, you might think that this is a different team. Like check them PCs. You might be thinking this is an entirely different team players that you're seeing. Well, obviously DFM comes, yeah. The Science and obviously, yeah. That's why they want the dragons so much. I am surprised to see that SHG is not contesting the dragons. Like, they are the ones who are gonna be behind whenever late game comes. And they're not even really trying to go for that. It's just DFM getting everything they want. However, now, the fight. Now the fights. Can they get this victory? Another nice hook from Harp. Again goes down immediately. Can they keep Cocoon alive? Can they keep Cocoon? Citrus still alive. Citrus is gonna be going down. However, all the other SHG members are gonna be falling before Abby. Gonna be dying as well. Gonna be dying to Ray Farkey. And Harp! This guy cannot miss! Oh my god, the Blitzcrank into the Scion Q. That is a little bit OP. That is a little bit OP. Man, if Harp is not getting the MVP for this match, I think there is no trust in the world. The world is a dark place then. Harp has to get an MVP for this match. Especially the bar performance. Like the bar performance was immaculate. But this Blitzcrank, like, Jesus Christ. He's not missing. He's not missing a single hook. What an incredible player there on the DFM. He should get absolute best hotpot after this game. The most expensive hotpot placed in Taiwan. Harp should get an all-inclusive meal there. But look at this guy. Bam, 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 bam. Setting up the Scion for victory as well. Look at that. I truly believe Arya and Harp are one of the best mid and supports in the league, despite both being the versatile team. I feel like Arya has kind of fallen a little. Oh, just another kill? Another kill. Wait, oh, never mind, Bows. Bows! This guy learned from Bows. Arya honestly has kind of been... I mean, he's not bad, but he's not like the same Arya as he was in like the legendary DFM lineup. So I'm not necessarily sure about the Arya, but Harp is 100% one of the best supports. Whenever he's on picks like the Bard, like the Blitzcrank, when he has a lot of agency, he is like saving DFM so hard. If SHG had Harp, they literally like probably beat okay, maybe not beating the VCS teams, but like they would be much closer to the VCS teams. Oh, there's a sign. Random sign appears. Harp probably gonna be hitting this Q as well. Okay, that's a pretty easy Q to hit, but still. Oh wait, he didn't even hit the Q. He didn't even need to hit the Q. Just need to be around and bam. So yeah, I'm not necessarily sure about Arya. I feel like he is not having the greatest year for now. But Harp, 100%. Like, Harp is... Wait a second. Why is the Vi having the least? Wait, what? Vi having even less than the Ral? Okay, that's a little crazy. I mean, Vi is not the most, like, damagey champion. You can see a lot of times that, like, Vi usually has less damage than, like, a Nico or, like, maybe even a Braum to a degree, but the Ral? Ral is not even a range, like, or a poke type of support. Oh no. SHG desperately need this dragon. It would be the soul point for DFM. But Kakun's shield is gonna be happy them out. And there's Marble gonna be down, followed by Gan. And DFM just looking clean. They're just looking incredibly clean here. Oh, Citrus? Okay, Citrus is a little bit of a solo mission here. But I mean, Johan doesn't have damage, so maybe there. Maybe better than Dire. Oh, I think Ori is better than Gam. Oh yeah, the Gambit's probably. But like, yeah, I mean that might be true. I'm not sure about Cotty. Cotty just had like an insane I mean, to be fair against Maple, but I'm not sure about Cotty. I mean, Dire is really good. I don't think he's better than Dire. Dire is insanely good. I'm super high on TS, maybe more than the average person, but yeah, I feel like Arya's peaks are maybe, but he hasn't really had peaks. He's playing like more like like average champions these days. But nonetheless, DFM just stomping this game. Holy! I should be wearing my DFM jersey. I should be wearing my DFM jersey, which is, I think has more SHG players on it. Because, I mean, it's signed by Abby and Gan. And from the current DFM lineup, it's only Arya who's there. I mean, my DFM jersey has more SHG players, but, I mean, come and steal. Oh, wait, I do have a DFM memorabilia. I do have one. I do have a Muffle Tower. I do have a Muffle Towel. DFM Veen Muffle Towel. I do have that one. I'm a DFM fan now. In this meme, I'm a DFM fan. And more so, I'm a Harp fan. I'm a big Harp fan. Ever since he came into the league, like he was very quick to learn Japanese as well. Like back in the LJL, like the old LJL. He was very quick to learn Japanese. I think like after the first year, he was already giving Japanese interviews. So he wanted to learn Japanese. He likes being in Japan. I just like watching Harp. But also like as a player as well, he's incredible. Bam! Another one. Abby. Gonna be going down. Okay, that's... Okay, Mordekaiser might not be a balanced champion. But nonetheless, there comes Citrus, there comes Kakun. And they're gonna be taking down Abby without much hustle. Marble, cleaning up the wave. But that's about what the ultimate can do. This is like night and day compared to game 1. Like genuinely, what happened to them? Are we sure this is the same DFM that's been playing in game 1? What is happening here? Oh, surely I just not jinx them. Nope, I'm not jinxing them. Nope. There's still gonna be a very coordinated DFM. They're incredibly strong. They're really knocking on this turret, just waiting for the next minion wave to come in. They have now what, like an 8,000, getting close to the 8,000 gold lead. I'm waiting for the minion wave. They gotta go for the reset rather. Oh, there are pings in the Baron pit? And we have to wait a little bit longer for the Baron. But nonetheless, I mean, in 2 minutes they're gonna have the Camtex tool as well, most likely. What is this Talon skin? The green one. This is pretty cool. I really like this Talon skin. I don't know. I think green fits him. The rel is not tanky. Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Was this like... Who did the most damage? Was it Aurora? I mean, oh no, I don't even know. Maybe just the Talon. It's probably the Talon. Like a little bit of a lethality there. You know what? No, actually, I don't want to see Citrus on the Nocturne again. Give him the Zed, give him the Talon. Give him the Silas maybe next week. I'm just saying. Silas? Question mark. But this team is looking absolutely clean here. They're gonna keep going. They're gonna keep going. Citrus going in. A little bit aggressive, but I love to see that one. They're gonna be forcing SHG out from that turret. They're gonna be getting it for themselves. That's gonna be the 4th turret now for DFM. And they're gonna be recalling. Another reset coming in. They're gonna be insanely... Oh, yo... Oh. Well, you... Cupcake? Oh, no, sorry, the Cupcake is Caitlyn, I'm stupid. Why? Violet? Violet? What was that? Violet? What was that? How is that Echo code? What did Echo say? Something like you keep dodging the punches with your face or something. Well, that was it. I mean, I said you're gonna be getting this turret here. Sure, objective bounty now there, but they're gonna be losing so much. And again, if the game goes on for 5 more minutes, like there's not gonna be the point in this game when SHG is outscaling DFM. Oh my God, Citrus, just jumping around. Fate is gonna be surviving this for now, but SHG cannot do anything against this team. DFM gonna be scaling to infinity. Yeah, they're gonna not get the Camtex soul here, but I mean, there's this Camtex soul. Then once again, if the game goes on for 5 more minutes, which I mean, I'm not even sure about that, it still doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter for them. They are happy to stay in this game as long as they want. But I'm not sure that's gonna be for too long. As DFM is absolutely looking dominating here. And here's the thing. Unless there is like a weird scenario, which would be somewhat funny, but also a little bit disappointing if PSG is not making playoffs. Unless something like that happens, there's a very good chance. I mean, if they beat PSG, then DFM just makes playoffs. But if they don't, they're gonna go down to the lower bracket and most likely once again face the Chiefs. Most again face SHG. So there is a good chance that we're gonna be seeing actually DFM versus SHG once again next week, already next week. And if that happens, then I would love to see some the same comps here, more aggressive champions for Citrus. I want to see Harp on these aggressive champions as well. And to be fair, first of all, I want to see Harp on these aggressive champions. I'm going to see Citrus on aggressive champions against PSG. Because, holy moly, Karsa has been feeding his arse off. Karsa has absolutely been horrible. Citrus can absolutely gap him as long as he is on the Z and this. Oh my God, the SHG room. Oh, okay. There's a bit of a stark difference there. Pez is just yapping. Pez is just yapping. He's a little hype there. As DFM, for the first time this year, they're gonna be taking down a team not named the Chiefs. They faltered against SHG over and over again. The only ever team they could take a series off was the Chiefs. But this is going to be changing here in an extremely dominating and extremely clean Game 3, I have to say, especially like for their standards. Very clean game in Game 3. Okay, surely I have not jinxed them, right? Okay, Real going in. Oh, Harp, the first Q misses from him. However, Cocoon is still going to be taking that marble here. This is too late now. And DFM going to be taking down SHG to take the crown away from them as the best. As the... What is the Sion champion? Wait, what? What is the Sion champion? As the best champion in his team! GG's. GG's. Insane performance. This Game 3, I'ma be honest, Citrus, I owe you a written apology. Handwritten apology. I owe you. I wasn't familiar with your game. Arya is very happy. No? Arya is not happy. Thought he would be more. Okay, he is happy. Citrus showed up in Game 3. They're happy. Gizmo also happy. This is an insanely important win for them. Citrus. Yeah, this guy here. A really bad game 1, not gonna lie. But he was scaling. He was scaling in the series. But with that being said, Harp has to be the MVP. Like, considering the game 1 performance, I feel like Harp has to be the MVP here. Like, that guy showed the F up on both the Bard and both, especially on the Blitzcrank now. Those Qs were incredible. Also, the Bard Optimus were incredible. This guy here, he has to be my MVP. I don't care what the officials are gonna be saying. He has to be my MVP. It's just like his performance has been incredible. Johan Diaz is almost the same damage. Okay, he got a little bit more damage than Gan in the end, but like, yeah, what was this Vi performance? What was this Vi? Vi and Victor. Little anti-synergy there. Yeah. Which is nice to see. I was very sad at the start of this match. I was like, oh no, it's painful to watch. But in the end, what an incredible performance. Harp showed up big time. Always nice to see these pop-up performances on this more carry, more playmaking support. He's an incredible player. He's an incredible player. And of course, Harp is the MVP. There is just in the world 83% key participation. That is crazy. Throughout the 3 games. 83. That is insane. Holy. Yeah, he deserves it, man. Okay, chat, we have one more thing to do. I'm gonna do this now because otherwise I wouldn't do it ever. Okay, come on. Let's finish this up fast. What a nice showing from DFM. Let's see, what does this take? Most people don't have the ability to tell the differences. Does debates often more often popularity? Oh, yeah, I mean, this is true. It's so hot. Oh, no, that LS is take. Never mind. That's true. What is this guy saying?
And thus, this makes debates
that's
and
true.
conversations, even between figureheads, personalities, whatever, often a popularity contest more than anything else.
That's true.
I guess to a certain extent, I agree with you. But just to take that one step further, I think you would probably say that you have this like discernibility. But really what you're referring to is probably certain proxies that you're looking at in a player's gameplay. Like, what's their APM? Are they using F keys? Like, how close to...
I mean, I guess like the guy's point, like why it's a hot take, is that Alice is right about this one. Like, I agree with him. But he's also part of the popularity contest. Kind of like, I guess like that's what the take.
Are their clicks to their player character? And I think on one hand, you can say that like anybody else, if they agreed with you that these are important proxies, could probably gain some of that discernibility and find some.
I mean, this is the good, like the age-old take that LS thinks every single player is a bot, and like I mean this little solving human error. I guess they're gonna be getting into that as well. I mean that thing. I get LS's point, and I'm also somewhat like him in a way that I also think that pros should be playing a lot more champs that's good on paper, but like going back to like one of the very first points that I was making, like the Iron Man thing here, is that I guess like the reason that teams are not really picking the weird stuff that mathematically would be correct is because they're just not practiced on it, because the practice tool is really bad and they just cannot practice like these weird stuffs. As to the itemization though, I mean that's LS's thing about like mathematically which is the best itemization. I cannot defend the pros on that in a lot of cases. I cannot defend. Except for like it just feels good. Which is this item? What is this item that like has the con? Oh, I forgot the name of that. You know what I mean? Oh my god. Horse steel. Horse steel feels good. You cannot argue against that.
For players who are just as good. But then if you go one step further from that, why are we using proxies instead of the actual performance itself? So I think no matter which way.
I mean, the very obvious reason, because it's a very complex game. You can very easily point to damage percent, KDA, but it's very hard to point like this objectively to things like, oh, this player might have had a lower KDA, lower damage percent, or like actually one of the LS's gripes, like the anti-heal and all that. Like, for example, whenever LS had like this whole thing about how many heal was averted or whatever it's called. Like, you know, he always posted about like, oh, like why by anti-heal when it only prevented like a 1,000 damage or something. I don't know how much is true, and probably it's not true that much. But like when you're seeing the enemy having anti-heal, you're probably not necessarily gonna be like playing the same way as well. You know? Also there is like fake damage, real damage, just like a lot, whatever. You know, it's a very complex topic. Like that's it. There's so many things to talk about. I don't wanna make this like a 2-hour long video for me, but there's just a lot of different things to talk about here. It's very complex. I don't like when people are just like, this guy is the MVP because this stat. I don't like that one. I feel like it's very complex and there's not even like one good answer. I mean, there are sometimes one good answer, like Harp was the MVP on this game that we have just watched. He very obviously was the best member in this whole game. But a lot of times there are like multiple choices. So sometimes for the graphics and all that, you have to choose one member, and that can cause some conversations, obviously. But I feel like it's also important when we look at like all pros and whatnot to not just look at that and like not take it as like something which is, I mean, casters are sometimes guilty of like, this is the guy who was all pro this season. And I'm like, yeah, but like, can we also take a look at like how contested that vote was? Can we take a look at like, why was that? Was that because all the others were really bad? Or was that because like that guy was actually really insane? Like, I feel like there is way more into that, and casters shouldn't really use like stats like this. It's a good way to like just like very objectively, there is it. But like, I think like whenever people, also fans, should just look at graph, they shouldn't take this as like the only possible way. They're just like something the production team has chosen.
You cut it, whether it's discernibility, scrims, what have you. At the end of the day, it's just going to boil down to a popularity contest, as you said.
Right, and that's part of the problem, though. One of the things that I've always advocated for, and I know that Dr. Race1 has had conversations with me even publicly about this, is the need to demonstrate. I'm always an advocate about demonstrating.
I mean, that's literally what I said.
Tried to push people to do whenever I would argue for the demonstration of freezing or demonstrating this, it's a demonstration that I'm arguing for. It's not I'm LS. It should have nothing to do with that I'm LS, like the mid-turret argument.
I mean,
the
yeah,
mid-turret
but
argument,
people are still gonna be taken
I'm LS
because
and saying
he's
that the turret
LS.
is bad. It's because of what I can explain on why it's bad, and then I can respond to any questions thrown.
I feel like some things like especially with especially with the items. Whenever he's like, this item is just bad because mathematically like this is bad, and then our pros are like, nah, yeah, that's undefensible from the pros part. But like on other types of stuff, like for especially with draft, like LS talks a lot about drafting as well. I mean, in that way, like there's a lot more to go into it. And I know I don't want to say that like he thinks that the pros are bots, because that is not true. That is like people say this, but this is not true. LS very specifically takes into account like what the pros are capable of playing. Like I know that's not what he's saying, but it's still like a lot of things go into that. So it's like very much harder to like talk about that and like have an objective opinion about it. So I can see there are more compositions around that, but the items are something that's like mathematically proven
as to why it's bad, and I can keep going and demonstrating why.
And the same like game things,
can,
rotations, etc. Those are also could be more complex.
Very few people use it, which is really sad and unsettling almost. The discernibility thing that I'm mostly talking about, that
but this is a practice tool
and demonstrating why. And nowadays we have practice tool.
I talked about this beforehand. The practice tool is so bad. Like you cannot really use that for like real things. You can like test out damage, which I mean he does. So, like as for the items, when he talked about it, that's true. They should be using them more. But like game states, rotations, etc., you cannot use the practice tool for. That's really bad. And I talked about this before, and I just wish this was better.
It can go more than just one.
It would be so much easier to also like practice the weird stuff,
which is really sad and unsettling almost. The discernibility thing that I'm mostly talking about, that wasn't about like the F keys and hotkeys and all this other stuff that you were referring to, is if you see a trade unfold in a game in mid lane or maybe a team fight, do you have the wherewithal to realize what the alternatives were? Do you see how the person could have stepped differently, aimed a skill shot a different way?
Yeah.
And because they didn't.
But these are the things that you cannot practice in the current practice tool, which would be really nice if there could be ways to like program a very specific start of a team fight, and the pros could just be like, start, playing it out. Okay, replay, playing it out, replay, playing it out. That's like, I understand why they cannot really see the differences, because it's very hard to demonstrate that with the current practice tool, and they cannot practice this. So a lot of that leads to more mistakes, and leads to like, oh, but we couldn't have done this because it's very hard to execute. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it's all demonstration in the practice tool.
That's the blunder. Could they have gone to Baron instead of Dragon based on X, Y, and Z reasons?
Yeah, but it's really hard to like tell the players to, why didn't you do this in this moment when they have never practiced that beforehand? That's some of that is on the players, like player errors still happen. We have literally watched the SHG versus DFM having a lot of player errors, but it's like not entirely on that. Like again, it could be better with the practice tool being better.
Relying on the results, because when you just rely on the results, you can get really false data.
In like scrims as well, teamfight is a very small part of the whole game, so you cannot really practice that one, just that one.
One of the things that I used to complain about, they're actually much more rare nowadays, because intuitively pro players got their ass kicked enough by failing an ARAM and losing the game over it, that now intuitively we get the 5 minutes of doom, because they've realized.
I mean, the ARAM is definitely like a good way, kind of, but it is like, I know, like for example, Reckless says that he doesn't like ARAM because it has different damage numbers, and like it's a little bit different, like balance-wise. But yeah, ARAM is much more closer to just like practice team fights. But that's not really what's happening in scrims. But again, back to my point, practice tool.
Letting the waves walk out. And it took them years to do this. The same way that when Riot nerfed lane swaps in March, my immediate tweets in response to the PPE changes is lane swaps aren't nerfed, here's how you still do them. But it took 3 months to come back. Because people weren't going to read the data.
Well, yeah, the pro players are really slow to the changes, that's true.
Point. People seem to think that I just want to be right, or that I'm appealing to my own authority, or I'm appealing to my own history and stuff. It has nothing to do with that.
I mean, I agree with LS on this one. I don't think that's true, but I know a lot of people think.
Demonstration, and they oppose it almost. Even often just appealing to authority, right? The famous clip of Cadril saying that I just say 100 things, some stick, whatever. A lot of the things that he said in that clip came true.
Yeah, that was a bit of a drama back then.
I think
Sorry, that was long.
Maybe this could also be like a linguistic problem too, where I think a lot of the times.
I mean, that's true. But also, like, you have to, I mean, he knows it's like official and everything that's public, that we know that Alex has autism. And it's sometimes very, very hard. I mean, I never checked myself, but I also find it a lot of times hard to explain some things to others because in my mind, everything is so clear, everything is so connected. But like, it's very hard to like see how for others it's not connected. Like, how do you make the others also connect these dots? It's very incredible. I don't know if it's like hard for other people or not, but for me it's like really, really hard whenever I'm talking about something with others.
The language that is being used,
Yeah.
people, it just flies by people's ears.
Yeah,
And I
that's
think
a problem.
if they understood you, they might agree more. Like when you talk about
Yeah.
a lot of options that people can do in lane, like, oh, get soul instead of baron, XYZ, they'll be like, oh, people are human, they're gonna make mistakes. So
Right.
this is
Okay,
why
that's the point that
XYZ is
I'm
actually better.
yeah.
And
That's
then
the
it
point that
turns
Alex
out
gets a
that
lot of flack for too.
statistically, this
I think,
other
again,
strategy
I don't
allows
agree
them
with
to
those
make
people.
more mistakes and
He
still win the
does
game.
account
So
for
I think
mistake, but that's like a
maybe what
thing
it
that
comes
always
down
people
to
say.
is people just not understanding things like statistics and risk at a high enough level. To
Sure,
engage
yeah,
with
that
this
is the
conversation.
problem, and I don't like to limit my language. I like to be really specific with words that I use. That's why I used to just always look up words and whatever so that I could be more accurate. Some things obviously that I've learned over the years is that people have different interpretations of what a word means or definition. Sometimes people are not native English speakers, and so I struggle with that. It's advantageous to speak at a 6th grade level. That's just objectively true. I really struggle with that when having conversations. So the question
Well,
I
that's
wanted to
true.
ask is how many people think I don't include human error in things that I say? If there's any raise of hands.
Okay, these are not real Redditors. These are not real Redditors. They're too afraid. That's like a very popular take among Reddit, even though it's not true, but it's like very popular among Reddit. These are not real Redditors.
But a lot of what you talk about is math.
Sure. But how many people think I don't entertain that I'm talking about human beings when I'm suggesting like they should do this or that?
I mean, if they were real Redditors, there would be more hands.
Okay, you do.
Oh, one Redditor. That's the real Redditor.
Sure, perhaps. So in regards to that, how is that possible when the advocacy that I preach for in draft allows the team to make more errors and still win?
I mean, that's one thing. I think a lot of the times when he's like saying this, why not play Seraphine, which I'm also saying a lot of times, he is right. Let me put it this way. I'm gonna be very blunt. He's right. Yes, a lot of times pros practice Seraphine. They know how to play Seraphine. Seraphine would be good, but they don't want to play Seraphine because it's like that's an e-girl champion, and that's bullshit. That shouldn't be the reason why someone is not playing like a certain champion, but it still happens. So it's not a human error. It's like human stupidity, which you cannot really account for. So I understand why it's happening, but also it's like pretty bullshit. And Alice is right about that. Like that's what he's saying, that they should be playing more like or Ivern, or like playing a supported mid laner. The mid laner is like, I don't want to play supported mid laner because I'm a mid laner. I want to play the carry champions. So a lot of times it happens. And the people, for example, like Faker doesn't have that. Faker plays what is best for the team. And I mean, he's clutch. Like, look at Verse Finals as well. That's why he's super clutch. That's why he was able to keep this team like on the top for so long. He used to be a carry mid laner. Now he's more like a team player. But yeah, that's why they're winning so much. That's why he's one of the best players in the world, because he's just able to do that. So it's better. But I definitely can see, especially for like lower teams, they're like, no, I want to play the carries. I want to play carries.
How is that not a direct appeal to human error? That is directly correlated with the acknowledgement of humans. Because if it was the opposite, well, fuck, Lee Sin's the best champ in the game, Karthus is broken, we're all going to script like Kog'Maw, everyone's going to space glide on Twitch, and obviously I'm not doing these things.
I can answer like what's happening to a certain extent.
It's almost over.
People come into your stream with a certain model of how the game is played and how it should work.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
people don't want to learn. People just want to hear what they think is true and then hear other streamers say the same thing. I mean, that's just true for everything.
If they hear you say something, they plug it into their model and they're like, oh, in my model, that's...
Oh, I mean, that is true as well. Like if, for example, Alice is saying that, I don't know, like this item is good here, he's saying this in a context, and Some people would just think this is like never good.
Something that it seems like
Correct.
like human error would
Yes.
prevent people from doing. So again, we go back to language, like how can we create a shared model of the game that allows people's ideas to interact with each other?
I'm very black-pilled about this. You cannot. People are stupid. Fans especially, but like even pro players, sometimes they are like if you're very good mechanically, you're gonna get picked up on a team. But there are very few pro players who are like actually like super smart about the game.
Using the same
Because
basis
a lot of times you can just like outplay the other if you're better mechanically.
understanding.
Not on the
To a
highest
certain
level, but like
extent, this is like the
like,
entire
a little bit down
problem
there.
of like humanity and our democracy is how can we come to a understanding of a shared factual basis from which we can build on and hopefully like reach this discernibility.
You cannot. I think you cannot. Okay, they're not even gonna answer that. It's like an open question at the end. I think you cannot. People just wanna hear what they think.
Content and you want to see more things like it, you can.
Yeah. Good content, FlyQuest. Good content. Thank you. Very good one. Chat, thank you for being here. Together we had some scrappy games, but we're gonna be back next week on I think Friday. Friday is when LCP is gonna be returning. I'm gonna go to Cologne very soon to attend Gamescom. If any one of you is in Germany, any one of you is going to Gamescom as well, then feel free to reach out. I'm gonna be at the Genshin booth for most of the part, probably. But I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be at Gamescom. I'm gonna make videos about it on my Genshin channel as well as my personal channel. If you're curious about what's happening at Gamescom, and I'm gonna be back for LCP on Friday. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching the stream, and see you guys next week. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.